Uli mo ka no?
Oh, dalahan, no? Pineapple.
Oh, sige.
The sweetest variety.
Yeah, wow. Itas bukid nun.
Oo. Ano? Variety sa akong mother. Ang Del Monte, ang sweetest. Ang
16.
6. Diba? Kadungog. Sweet 16.
Oh, yeah.
Na variety.
Yeah.
It's because 16 lang ang sweetness.
Kana more than
Kanin sa
16.
21.
Wow. Lami tayo na. Lami na kayo ba? Mamangunta na.
Recording in progress.
Dahil sa roti. Wala ka. Armed forces.
Organic. Gluten free ang power bank mo. Organic. Gluten free.
Kung suman, di ka mauli ron. Dili ka mauli. Ikaw ba, karong nawi? Ikaw ba? Akang kong engagement dito.
LMP? Fight for LMP.
Bahaw na to.
You're the pala.
Bahaw. Gawin natin sa kanya. Kasi ang resource na eh. Yan nga, no? Purwa sa ako.
Anang amo na mo. Sus.
The session is called to order. Please rise for the singing of the national anthem. Please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members.
The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members, Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Sidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Polada, Poliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Cuaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Portes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Pentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kongun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Oaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Holo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Tolon, Soriano, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tanchay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, and Subiri. Madam Speaker, the roll call shows that 311 members responded to the call.
With 311 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the deferment of the approval of the journal of the previous session.
There is a motion to defer the approval of the journal from the previous session. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, before we proceed, may I request that we acknowledge the guests of Congresswoman Ana Veloso Tuason, namely Vice Mayor Dennis C. and Sangguniang Bayan Secretary Macquarie Umpad, both of Villaba, Leyte.
The guests of the Honorable Ana Veloso Tuason, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we proceed with a reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bills on first reading, communications, and committee reports.
Reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 6487, providing rules and standards for the undergrounding of distribution and transmission lines by companies, service providers, industries, and other similar entities engaged in the provision of cable television, internet, power supply, and telephone services to the public, by Representative Guico.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 6488, establishing the Office of the Register of Deeds in Guihulngan, Negros Occidental, by Representative Lim Kay Chong.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 6489, amending the Magna Carta of Public Health Workers, by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6490, authorizing the DOH to set and approve the bed capacity of its retained hospitals, by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6491, institutionalizing and allocating funds for the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situation Program, by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 6493, strengthening the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 6494, establishing a regular DFA Consular Office in Ipil, Zamboanga, Sibugay, by Representative Palma.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Bill 6495, extending the power of the President to declare highly urbanized status to municipalities, by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 6496, declaring June 15 of every year a special non-working holiday in Jabong, Samar in commemoration of its Chartered Day anniversary, by Representative Tan Reynolds and Mike.
To the
Tan
Committee on
Reynolds, Mike.
Local Government.
House Bill 6497, providing for the rehabilitation and upgrade of Calbiga Rural Health Unit into Super Health Center in Calbiga, Samar, under the direct supervision and control of the DOH, by Representative Tan Reynolds Michael.
To the Committee on Health.
Resolutions. House Resolution 609, congratulating and commending Ian Fermin Rosales Kasokot for winning first prize in the short story category of the Carlos Palanca Memorial Awards for Literature, by Representative Lim Kay Chong.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts.
House Resolution 610, directing the House through the Committee on Health to investigate the reported unpaid COVID-19 pandemic-related benefits for healthcare workers and to mandate the immediate distribution of such all health workers in public and private facilities by Representatives Castro, France, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 611, directing the Committee on Ways and Means to conduct an inquiry on the imposition of VAT on importations and local purchases of goods and services directly and exclusively used in the registered project or activity of domestic market enterprises in special economic zones by Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 612, strongly urging the DTI to strictly monitor price of Noche Buena goods and appeal to manufacturers and sellers to observe recommended price ceilings for basic commodities for the benefit of Filipino people during the holidays amidst the COVID-19 pandemic by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Resolution 613, congratulating and commending Filipino youth athlete Juliana Marie Beatriz T. Gomez for winning the gold medal at the Air Force Open Fencing Championship held in Bangkok, Thailand by Representative Miguel.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 614, humihiling na mabigyan prioridad ang pagbibigay ng agaran at komprehensibong solusyon sa dekada-dekada ng problema ng pagbaha sa Bulacan, lalo't higit dahil sa napipintong pagbubukas ng Bulacan Airport at magsagawa ng inquiry in aid of legislation ukol rito by Representatives Domingo, Pancho, and Silverio.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 615, congratulating and commending Mariano R. Masano from Mayorga, Leyte for winning gold in the men's 800-meter run and silver in the men's 1500-meter run during the 2022 Thailand Track and Field Open Championships in Patumbati, Thailand by Representative Javier.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 616, directing the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources and the Committee on Natural Resources to conduct a joint inquiry on the socio-economic environmental impact of the Balud del Norte, Cota Nadaco, Cogon Coastal Road and Shore Protection Project in Gubat, Sorsogon by Representatives Brosas, Castro, France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 617, directing the Committees on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources, Agriculture and Food, and Natural Resources to conduct a joint inquiry on the socio-economic impact of the Department of Agriculture's Fisheries and Administrative Order Number 264 to the Carablet gatherers in Gubat, Sorsogon by Representatives Brosas, Castro, France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communication. Letters dated October 10, 2022 of the Executive Secretary, Office of the President, Malacanang, transmitting two original copies of Republic Act numbers 11934 and 11935, which were signed by President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr.
To the Archives.
Committee reports. Committee report number 201, submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises on House Bill 6505. Committee report number 202, submitted by the Committee on Justice to the Committee on National Defense and Security, the Committee on Public Order and Safety, and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 6509. Committee report number 203, submitted by the Committee on Foreign Affairs to the Committee on Appropriations and the Committee on Ways and Means on House Bill 6510. Committee report number 204, submitted by the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 6511. Committee report number 205, submitted by the Committee on Public Order and Safety on House Bill 6512. Committee report number 206, submitted by the Committee on National Defense and Security on House Bill 6517. And Committee report number 207, submitted by the Committee on Health and Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 6518.
The aforementioned committee reports are referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the guest of Speaker Martin Romualdez in the House of Representatives, His Excellency Ambassador Franz Michael Scholz Melvin, of the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Denmark to the Philippines, Ms. Shane Marie de Malata, Academic Officer, and Ms. Reza Dadulfaza Goyeneche, Senior Commercial Officer. I so move, Ms. Speaker.
To the guests of Speaker Martin Romualdez, the Honorable Ambassador Franz Michael Scholz Melvin, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Denmark to the Philippines, Ms. Shane Marie de Malata, Academic Officer, and Ms. Reza Dadulfaza Goyeneche, Senior Commercial Officer. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Session suspended.
Next week tayo. Committee lang naman. Zoom na lang. What day?
Ito nakuha niyo ba? Pinapadala ko. Meron tayo additional CD. Dito ako, hindi naman ako ng pag-ibig. Hapon, pagod na pagod. Hapon eh.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the guests of Representative Attorney Mike Tan. I move that we recognize his guests, Honorable Isaias B. Ubana, PhD, Honorable Claro Talaga Jr., Honorable Vinete Alcala Naca, Honorable John Joseph Akivido, Honorable Harold D. Butardo, Honorable Roderick I. Magbuhos, and Honorable Iris H. Armado. Thank
To
you.
the members of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan of the Province of Quezon, headed by Honorable Vice Governor Anacleto Alcala III, guests of the Honorable Keith Mika, Attorney Mike Tan, guests of Honorable Wilfredo Mark Enverga, and the Honorable Reynante Arrogancia, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Ikaw pala yan?
Madam Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 3917 as contained in the Committee Report 189. And request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 3917, an act amending sections 3 and 4 of Republic Act number 10845, otherwise known as the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016, and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee of Agriculture and Food, Representative Mark Enverga, to be recognized to begin with the sponsorship measure.
The Honorable Mark Enverga is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. My dear colleagues, fellow workers in government, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In 2016, RA 10845, which declares large-scale smuggling as economic sabotage, was enacted into law. The law aims to boost the productivity of the agricultural sector and protect Filipino farmers and agricultural enterprise from illegal traders and importers. To help combat large-scale tobacco smuggling and to deter the entry and sale of illegal tobacco in the Philippines, House Bill number 3917 seeks to include the illegal importation of tobacco, both in its raw form or as finished products, as among agricultural goods classified as constituting economic sabotage. Covered are products with a minimum excise tax and VAT payable in the amount of 1 million pesos. Tobacco is a high-value, lucrative cash crop, which contributes an enormous sum to the family income of the farmers, particularly those in the Ilocos region. A farmer who can reasonably follow the prescribed tobacco technology earns an average net income of 72,000 per hectare per tobacco season. On the other hand, the tobacco industry is one of the strongest pillars of the country's economy and the lifeblood of the North, as it provides livelihood and sustenance to at least 2 million people, including 600,000 tobacco farmers and their families. It also generates more than 30 billion in revenue in taxes annually, which immensely helps the government fund its education, health, welfare, infrastructure, and economic programs all over the country. A sizable fraction of this is given back to tobacco-producing provinces and municipalities in accordance with the Republic Acts number 7171 and 8240, as amended by RA number 10351. The country has implemented tobacco control measures through the passage of excise tax measures on tobacco products. The World Health Organization in 2015 said that the increase in excise tax is considered the most effective and cost-effective measure to reduce smoking and other forms of tobacco use. Yet despite the recent increases in tobacco excise tax, challenges continue to remain. The illicit tobacco trade, or the manufacture and sale of cigarettes that evade taxes, continues. Worse, the illicit tobacco trade faced by the BIR is compounded by cigarette smuggling across borders, both outright and technical smuggling. Many of the violations are outright smuggling, as they are shipped through the unmonitored shorelines of the Philippines, notably via the shorelines of the provinces in Central Luzon and Mindanao. Revenue lost from illicit tobacco trade deprives the country of much-needed funds to support the various programs of the government and economic program of the tobacco-producing provinces. With that, Your Honors, I humbly seek your support. Approval of House Bill 3917 will help improve the plight of the tobacco farmers and the legitimate players in the tobacco industry. Maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady from the representative of PBA Party List, Honorable Margarita Nograles, to deliver her sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Margarita Nograles is recognized to deliver her sponsorship speech.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, it is my distinct honor to co-sponsor House Bill number 3917, amending Sections 3 and 4 of Republic Act number 10845, otherwise known as the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016, and for other purposes, together with our Senior Deputy Majority Floor Leader Ferdinand Sandro Marcos. The Philippines has always been primarily an agricultural country, since agriculture plays a significant role in our economy, as this involves about 40% of our Filipino workers, and it contributes to an average of 20% to our gross domestic product. While the Philippines' agricultural sector is transforming into a dynamic, high-growth sector, agricultural supply chains are particularly vulnerable to a range of challenges, including climate change and water scarcity, increasing demand for land and natural resources, rural poverty, social inequality, and the aging farmer population. Tobacco should not be an exception. The tobacco industry is a common source of income for many Filipinos. This contributes to around 516,000 of our labor force, as given in 2019, and around 2.2 million Filipinos generating earnings from this industry. The significant impact was that it accounts for 6% of tax revenue in 2020, and 58% of the so-called sin tax receipts are being used to finance the national health budget, including the universal health care, resulting in 8 million more low-income families receiving health care under this program. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, the increased value of manufactured tobacco exports in 2021 went up by 26% compared to that of 2019, which signals sizable opportunities for value addition in our country. From April to June 2022, production of tobacco dry leaves was estimated at 36.38 thousand metric tons. In the Ilocos region, which is the top tobacco producer for the quarter, at 24.02 thousand metric tons, or 66% share to the total tobacco production. This is followed by the Cagayan Valley with a 31.8% production. Additionally, the latest Euromonitor report estimated that in 2022, 16.7% of the total cigarette volumes in the Philippines will come from illegal sources. This is equivalent to 9.52 billion sticks. Consequently, the Philippine government loses from the foregone excise tax revenues that are conservatively estimated at 26.2 billion for this year alone. This obviously presents a serious threat to the Philippine government tax revenue collection. While we keep increasing our efforts to undertake measures, it still results in unscrupulous traders evading paying high taxes and remaining in the black market. To this extent, government revenues are lost from smuggled, unregistered, and unregulated cigarettes which are being sold via container vans shipments, resulting in an estimated 26 billion pesos annually. If this continues to upsurge, it will affect our local tobacco industry, and roughly 2.2 million kababayans will be affected. If we go more into detail into the numbers and the values, 87,430 master cases of illicit cigarettes were seized by the Bureau of Customs from January 2019 to January 2022. When we say master case, Mr. Speaker, in one master case, there are about 50 reams or cartons or 500 packs or 10,000 sticks. 46.1 million packets of cigarettes seized over 2018 to 2021, according to the Bureau of Internal Revenue data. 47 million counterfeit tobacco excise tax stamps seized by the Bureau of Internal Revenue from 2018 to 2022. 3.7 billion lost tobacco excise taxes in 2018 to 2021, according to the BIR estimates, and 3 billion lost tobacco excise taxes from 2019 to January 2022, according to the Bureau of Customs. The fact of the matter is simply this. There has not been and there is no law that specifically and directly penalizes tobacco smuggling under Philippine laws. Particularly, there is nothing in Republic Act number 10845 that provides for the inclusion of tobacco, raw form, or its finished products amongst the agricultural commodities amongst the crime of large-scale agricultural smuggling as economic sabotage. This is the reason why we need not wait, Mr. Speaker and my esteemed colleagues, for the passage of this measure. Thank you and good afternoon.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 1st District of Ilocos Norte, Honorable Sandro Marcos, to deliver his sponsorship speech. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Sandro Marcos is recognized to do his sponsorship speech.
Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me this privilege to co-sponsor, along with my colleague, Congresswoman Margarita Nograles, to this August Chamber House Bill number 3917, entitled An Act Amending Sections 3 and 4 of Republic Act number 10845, otherwise known as the Anti-Smuggling Act of 2016, and for other purposes. Given that any nation is faced with the economic problem of having finite resources while catering to unlimited needs, coupled with the exogenous economic headwinds that are occurring all over the world, revenue collection has become of paramount importance. In any economic activity, therefore, where the state is being unlawfully deprived of its much-needed income, we are all duty-bound to undertake any and all measures to plug such loopholes. With respect to illicit trade in tobacco, we are dealing with lost revenues estimated to the tune of 30 billion to as much as 60 billion. This is not just a matter of foregone excise tax revenues. The very livelihood of millions of our countrymen who are dependent on the industry are also threatened by the unfair competition coming from the illegal manufacturing and trade of tobacco. Based on data from the NTA, the tobacco industry generates 2.1 billion in employment and industry dependence, with 149.7 billion total excise taxes collected. Consequentially, these precious sources of livelihood are being put at risk vis-a-vis the rampant smuggling of illegal tobacco. With the exception of lost revenues, if there is a need to recapitulate on the social evils of smuggling, allow me to emphasize the following. Consumers are unprotected from deceptive and harmful products given the source, contents, and composition and potential consequences of smuggled tobaccos are unknown. It hurts our local industry, where legitimate businesses, which are compliant with laws and regulations, which are unprotected from intellectual property rights to fair competition. Farmers, workers, and dependents are also affected as a consequence. Finally, government health policy objectives are distorted. Since the smuggled products are unregulated, no graphic health warnings and other mandated warnings are accurate according to the actual national statistics. There is a fact that is not widely known, but income from the so-called sin taxes, of which revenues from the tobacco industry comprise of 58%, or 94 billion of the total health budget. The truth, therefore, is that tax collection from tobacco products not only strengthens funding for public infrastructure, but has a direct impact as well on sustainable development goals and our universal health coverage as a country. As such, House Bill number 3917 seeks to include tobacco both in its raw form or as finished product, as among the agricultural commodities, the illegal importation of which can be classified as constituting economic sabotage. The facts as established by reliable reports are undeniable. In Mindanao, on an almost daily basis, illegal cigarettes are being seized by the Bureau of Customs. It is estimated that 6 out of 10 cigarettes sold in the market already come from illegal sources. Even in our own tobacco-producing region of Ilocos, nearly 10% of cigarettes sold are considered illicit. House Bill 3917 aims to spread a wider net that will allow our law enforcement agencies to catch not only the illegal importers themselves, but also their cohorts or collaborators, facilitators, forwarders, and even warehouse lessors. It seeks to pursue alternative trails or pathways of illegal importation exploited by smugglers, and these include the use of private ports, fish landing sites, resorts, and airports, among other locations. Further, it requires the BIR to publish and regularly update the list of finished goods that are registered with the Bureau so as to facilitate the confiscation of unregistered or illegal products. Finally, Madam Speaker, it seeks to punish not only the illegal importer but also the registered owner or lessee of the means of transportation used for the importation, the warehouse or property where illicit tobacco is stocked or hidden, and hold accountable as well the owner, lessee, or management of the private port or other sites or corridors used for smuggling. Through this measure, Madam Speaker, we not only secure control of the tobacco market within our country, but create a foolproof legislative foundation that will allow for higher revenues to contribute in nation building and the improvement of our healthcare system. It is through this, Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, that I therefore appeal for your honor's support and approval of this measure. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we proceed to consider the individual amendments.
There's a motion to proceed with the individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 5th District of Quezon City, Honorable P.M. Vargas, for his individual amendment.
The Honorable P.M. Vargas is recognized for his individual amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the individual amendments, I move that in Section 2, Paragraph E in the first sentence, that we change the word smuggled into smuggling off. And it reads, the penalty of imprisonment of not less than 30 years but not more than 40 years, and a fine of twice the fair value and the aggregate amount of the taxes, duties, and other charges avoided by the smuggling of tobacco, whether manufactured, and so on and so forth, Madam Speaker.
What does
I
the
so move.
sponsor say?
We accept, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor and move the proposed amendment be accepted.
There's a motion to approve the proposed amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no more members who wishes to introduce individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments.
There's a motion to close the period of individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on the second reading of House Bill number 3917.
There's a motion to approve House Bill 3917 on second reading. Those are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3917, as amended, is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session suspended.
Garlic 4337. Dito sa floor. Dito sa floor, dito action, kailangan tulong. Kaya, ano meron? Sige, akit ako, tapusin ko lang itong...
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, before we proceed with the business of the day, may I request that the guests of the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader Bong Teves and Representative Matibag, Mariano Hernandez, Amante, Agarao, Hernandez, Alonte, and Dan Fernandez be recognized. Their names are Councilor Carla Valderrama, Vice Mayor Rexon Arevalo, Councilor Ron Zaguirre, Councilor Ana Patricia Adao, Councilor Rian Diaz, Councilor Amado Ramos Jr., Councilor Vian Hamolin, Councilor Mark Joven, Councilor Kio Pangilinan, Councilor Weni Nipay, Councilor Janice Ilagan, Councilor Rachel Abella, Councilor Councilor Dex Concio, Councilor Jerome Lakbay, Councilor Nino Campbell de las Armas be recognized.
To the guests of Kong Teves and Kong Hernandez, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill 4337 as contained in Committee Report number 192, submitted by the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 4337, an act declaring the province of Ilocos Norte as the garlic capital of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that Honorable Enverga, the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture and Food, be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Wilfredo Mark Enverga is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Madam Speaker, Your Honors, good afternoon. House Bill number 4337, entitled An Act Declaring the Province of Ilocos Norte as the Garlic Capital of the Philippines, seeks to give due recognition to the achievements of Ilocos Norte as the biggest producer of garlic in the country, and most importantly, to the country's diligent garlic farmers, particularly in the province of Ilocos Norte. The recognition as the country's garlic capital will not only serve as an inspiration to the garlic farmers, but will also motivate them to further boost garlic production in the country and ensure competitiveness in both domestic and foreign markets. Garlic is one of the most important agricultural commodities in the Philippines, and for 2010 to 2021, the average garlic volume of production is about 8,209.89 metric tons, and 64% is coming from Ilocos Norte, followed by Occidental Mindoro, which is at 19%. In terms of average garlic production area, 73% of the area planted to garlic is from Ilocos Norte, with about 1,822 hectares. In terms of yield performance, again, Ilocos Norte is the most suitable area in terms of climactic suitability compared to areas in Region 1, 2, and CAR. And in terms of storability and shelf life of garlic from Ilocos Norte is better compared to other areas like Benguet, Nueva Vizcaya, and Isabela. Proof to this achievement of Ilocos Norte is the funding support given by the Department of Science and Technology to the Garlic Research Center, situated in Mariano Marcos State University, amounting to 35.5 million pesos for year 2021 to 2023. Republic Act Number 7900, or the High Value Crops Development Act of 1995, aims to promote production, processing, marketing, and distribution of high-value crops, which includes garlic, and the enactment of a law that will further develop the garlic industry is very much needed. The province of Ilocos Norte has always been recognized as the source and center of garlic production in the country, where the famous and sought-after native garlic is largely grown. We have to sustain garlic production as a driver of economic development because garlic self-sufficiency would greatly increase the country's export earnings, which would mean livelihood to local farmers. And it is for this reason that I am humbly asking for the approval of this bill. Thank you once again, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpellate the sponsor, I move that we close the period of interpellation, of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee amendments to be introduced, nor individual amendments to be introduced, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There's a motion to close the period of amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on the second reading of House Bill number 4337.
There's a motion to approve House Bill 4337 on second reading. Those are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4337 is now approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we suspend the session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Boss, thank you. Ay, ano, tobacco, ito yung garlic ha. Nabigay ko na ito wala. Nabigay ko na yun yung amendment. Ito pala, yun. Ito lang. Sige. Thanks, Boss PM. Galing yung broker. Ito, operator. Akin na yung operator. Dalawang akin na yung operator.
May penalty. Wala na siya. Wala na siya.
Rubber shoes na, lakad ng lakad eh. Di rubber shoes naman. Hindi mo rubber shoes, goma lang yung ilalim. Ayun pa rin pala si Gary. Concept naman si Gary sa mga ano. Sa dalawa eh. Have you filed the police report? Yun ang sabi nga. Kailan ba na-file?
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to the rules, I move that we approve on second reading, I move for the omnibus approval of the following House bills, local bills. House Bill 6511 under Committee Report 204, House Bill 6337 under Committee Report 180, House Bill 428 under Committee Report 198, House Bill 1659 under Committee Report 173, House Bill 6158 as contained in Committee Report 175, House Bill 6358 as contained in Committee Report 183, House Bill 6474 under Committee Report 196, and House Bill 6475 under Committee Report 197. And may we direct the Secretary General to read the titles of the said measures.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the aforementioned bills.
House Bill Number 6511, an act creating the Eastern Visayas Development Authority, defining its powers and functions, and providing funds therefor. House Bill Number 6337, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the city of Baybay, province of Leyte, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill Number 428, an act declaring certain portions of the Welfareville property located in the city of Mandaluyong open for disposition to bona fide residents without public bidding and for other purposes. House Bill number 6156, an act creating a barangay in the municipality of Tanay, province of Rizal, to be known as Barangay Madilay-Dilay. House Bill number 6158, an act declaring October 27 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Sarangani in recognition of the unique contribution of the indigenous peoples of Sarangani to the rich and diverse cultural heritage of the Philippines. House Bill numbers 6358, an act declaring Barangay Kapatagan in the city of Digos, province of Davao del Sur, an ecotourism destination. House Bill number 6474, an act declaring Barangay San Miguel in the municipality of Etiague, province of Isabela, an ecotourism zone. House Bill number 6475, an act declaring the Paraiso T. Caribquib located in Sitio de Ramuangan, Barangay Caribquib, municipality of Bana, province of Ilocos Norte, an ecotourism destination.
There is a motion for an omnibus approval on second reading for House Bill 6511, House 6337, 428, 6156, 6158, 6358, 6474, and 6475. Those are in favor say aye. Those are against say nay. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we now open the period of sponsorship and debate. On the
There's a
said
motion
matters.
to open the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsored measures, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve any committee amendments as contained in the said committee reports, if any.
There's a motion to approve the committee amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, there be no other amendments. I move that we close the period of amendments.
There's a motion to close the period of amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no, I move that we now vote on second reading the aforementioned local bills.
There's an omnibus, there's a motion to approve the following bills: House Bill 6511, 6337, 428, 6156, 6158, 6358, 6474, and 6475. Those are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. All bills are approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend session.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 24 under committee report number 194, submitted by the committee.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 24, an act converting and expanding the Leyte Industrial Development Estate into the Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone, creating for this purpose the Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Economic Affairs be recognized to begin the sponsorship of the measure. The Honorable Representative Gerardo Valmayor.
The Honorable Gerardo Valmayor Jr. is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Honorable Speaker, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. At this point, let me capture one of the 8-point agenda of the Marcos administration that specifically mentions the creation of more jobs by, among others, utilizing and fully supporting ecozones as an agglomeration strategy, especially to bring in strategic industries such as high-tech manufacturing, emerging tech, etc., and promoting growth outside of the NCR. To help push for the development of our economy by providing more employment opportunities, House Bill number 24 seeks the conversion of the Leyte Industrial Development Estate in the municipality of Isabel Leyte and its expansion to include other municipalities in the province of Leyte, adjacent to Lidi, and the Eastern Visayas Regional Growth Center in the city of Tacloban into the Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone. The Leyte Industrial Development Estate is a 425-hectare special economic zone established by then President Ferdinand E. Marcos in 1978 through Letter of Instruction number 962, series of 1979. The said letter decreed the establishment of an industrial estate in Isabel Leyte and entrusting to the Leyte Sub-A Basin Development Authority the duty and function to implement the project. With the abolition of the Leyte Sub-A Basin Development Authority, ownership of Lidi was transferred to and is presently owned by the National Development Corporation, which is represented by the Lidi Management Corporation, the estate managers of Lidi. The Eastern Visayas Regional Growth Center is an economic zone approved by the Philippine Economic Zone Authority by virtue of Presidential Decree number 1210, issued on April 23, 1998, by then President President Fidel V. Ramos, with the city government of Tacloban as its developer and operator. Its creation was pursuant to Section 5, Paragraph N of Republic Act 7916 as amended, which initially identifies Tacloban City as a viable location for the establishment of an economic zone. In 2012, the Copper Industry Roadmap was crafted with the aim to promote the integrated development and competitiveness of copper and other related industries in the region. It was later also made part of the government's continuous rehabilitation efforts in the region after the devastation of Typhoon Yolanda. The establishment of an ecological industrial zone aims to attract more investors and businesses to locate in Leyte and the city of Tacloban, jump-starting the revival of economic activities in the area and provide more employment opportunities. The establishment of the LAZI and development of the copper industry cluster in Leyte will serve as our medium and long-term strategic development objective consistent with the country's industry development goals. The proposed zone is expected to initially house potential locators in the field of copper wire rod casting facility, downstream copper industry such as, but not limited to copper, where producers, major industrial concerns that need power, and port facilities such as steel and copper using industries. However, the long-term objective is develop LAZI into a self-sustaining and ecologically sustainable industrial, commercial, and investment zone that will put in place a wide-reaching employment and investment generation mechanism, as well as incentives to ensure the free flow and movement of goods and commodities within the Freeport area and their exploration from therein. In view of the foregoing, the passage of this bill is earnestly requested. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Nika Swansing to introduce the committee amendments.
The Honorable Mika Swansing is recognized for her committee amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the part of the committee, we would like to introduce the following proposed amendments on House Bill number 24. The first, on page 3, line 21, section 5, subsection E, delete the phrase such as tax and duty-free importations of raw materials, capital, and equipment to registered enterprises located therein, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase subject to Title 13 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. Hence, Section 5, subsection E, shall read as follows. Section 5, Governing Principles. The LEIZ shall be managed and operated as a separate customs territory, thereby ensuring the free flow of or movement of goods and capital within, into, and out of its territory, and shall likewise provide incentives subject to Title 13 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. However, exportation or removal of goods from the territory of the LEIZ to the other parts of the Philippine territory shall be subject to customs duties and taxes under Republic Act number 10863, otherwise known as the Customs Modernization and Tariff Act, and other relevant laws of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in the proposed amendment.
There's a motion to approve the proposed amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, there being no other committee...
Madam Speaker.
You may proceed, Kong Swansing.
Madam Speaker, the committee wishes to introduce our second proposed amendment. On page 3, line 30, section 5, subsection F, after the words Bureau of Customs or BOC and before the word "and," insert the phrase the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Hence, section 5, subsection F shall read as follows. Section 5, Governing Principles. F, goods manufactured by a LEIZ enterprise shall be made available for immediate retail sale in the domestic market, subject to the payment of corresponding taxes on raw materials and other regulations that may be formulated by the LEZA, together with the PEZA, the Bureau of Customs, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and the DTI. However, in order to protect domestic industries, a negative list of industries shall be drawn up and regularly updated by PEZA. Enterprises engaged in industries included in such negative list shall not be allowed to sell their products locally.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in her proposed committee amendment and move for the approval.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the committee would like to propose our third amendment. On page 4, line 26, section 7, after the pronoun there, delete the phrase internal revenue, and in lieu thereof, substitute the phrase national tax.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in the proposed amendment and move that we approve so.
There's
So
a
moved.
motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the committee would like to introduce our fourth amendment. On page 8, line 15, section 11, after the word classification, insert the word system.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in the proposed amendment and move to approve the said amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the committee proposes our fifth amendment. On page 11, line 8, section 19, after the word Philippines, add the proviso as follows. Provided that the grant of fiscal incentives shall be subject to the provisions of Title 13 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. Hence, Section 19 shall read as follows. Section 19, Supervision and Control. For purposes of policy direction and coordination, the LEIZA shall be under the direct control and supervision of the Office of the President of the Philippines, provided that the grant of fiscal incentives shall be subject to the provisions of Title 13 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in her proposed committee amendment and move to approve so.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, the committee proposes our sixth amendment. On page 10, lines 12 to 24, delete Section 15, Fiscal Incentives, and Section 16, Administration, Implementation, and Monitoring of Incentives, and in lieu thereof, add a new provision in the bill, Section 15, Fiscal Incentives, to read as follows. Section 15, Fiscal Incentives. Registered enterprises of the LEIZ may be entitled to pertinent fiscal incentives granted under Title 13, Tax Incentives, of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in her proposed committee amendment and move that we approve so.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Finally, Madam Speaker, we propose that we renumber the succeeding sections accordingly.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in her proposed committee amendment and move that we approve said amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That would be all of our proposed amendments.
Madam Speaker, there being no other committee amendments, I move that we now proceed to consider the individual amendments, if any.
There's a motion to open the period of individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Richard Gomez for his individual amendment.
The Honorable Richard Gomez is recognized for his individual amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my part, as the representative of the 4th District of Leyte, of which the Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone will be coming from, or the core of this law will be, Madam Speaker, please allow me to insert our individual amendments. On page 2, line 9, section 4, after the words Municipality of Isabel, I would like to insert the phrase, and the Municipality of Merida. And on page 2, Madam Speaker, line 10, section 4, after the word Leyte, I would like to insert the phrase, and the city of Ormoc. Hence, section 4, subsection B, shall read as follows, Madam Speaker, the land areas located within the municipalities adjacent to the municipality of Isabela and Merida, province of Leyte, and the city of Ormoc, herein referred to as the LEIZ non-core area.
What does the sponsor say?
Madam Speaker, the sponsor accepts the amendments presented by the representative from Ormoc.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in the individual amendment proposed.
There's a motion to approve the said individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another individual amendment on page 11, line 15, section 21, to replace the words Tacloban City Ecozone with an acronym LEIZ. LEIZ is Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in the proposed individual amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
On my part, Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments under the period of amendments.
There's a motion to close the period of individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on the second reading on House Bill number 24 as amended.
There's a motion to approve House Bill 24. Those are in favor say aye. Those are against say nay. House Bill 24 with its amendment is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we move for a suspension of the session.
Session suspended.
Thank you.
Entrepreneurs. Oo.
The title. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 6517 under Committee Report 206 and request the Secretary General to read the title of the said.
The Secretary General is requested to read the title of the said measure.
House Bill number 6517, an act further strengthening professionalism and promoting the continuity of policies and modernization initiatives in the armed forces of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now open. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee of Defense and Security, Honorable Rabol Baboy Tupas of the 5th District of Iloilo.
The Honorable Raul Buboy Tupas is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po. I rise today to sponsor House Bill 6517, the substitute bill to House Bill 6482, entitled An Act Further Strengthening Professionalism and Promoting the Continuity of Policies and Modernization Initiatives in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. This bill is the byproduct of an exhaustive consultation with our officers, enlisted personnel, and the top brass of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, as well as the Department of National Defense, to address the clamors to make RA 11709 responsive to the needs, organizational and professional development of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. The following are the salient provisions of the bill. Una po, to allow the organization to manage the tenure in grade of enlisted personnel. Pangalawa, to limit the fixed tour of duty of 3 years to the following officers: the Chief of Staff, Commanding General of the Philippine Army, the Commanding General of the Philippine Air Force, and the Flag Officer in Command of the Philippine Navy. Pangatlo po, to allow the lateral movement of the Vice Chief of Staff, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Unified Commanders, and the Inspector General of the Armed Forces of the Philippines to other key positions, provided that they have at least 1 year of active service remaining prior to compulsory retirement. Pang-apat po nito ay to prohibit the designation of an officer to a key position or the promotion of an officer to the rank of Brigadier General or Commodore or higher to a higher rank if said officer has less than 6 months of active service remaining prior to compulsory retirement. Panglima po nito ay to authorize the Secretary of National Defense in consultation with the Armed Forces of the Philippines to prescribe the authorized number of officers in the active force in each grade and in each major technical or administrative service. In the determination of the officer to enlisted personnel ratio, the mission, requirement, capabilities, scope of responsibility, technical nature of the position, task and equipment inventory of the units shall be taken into consideration. Pang-anim po na ito ay to authorize the President to lengthen the active service in grade of officers in the permanent grades of Captain, Major, and Lieutenant Colonel, or their equivalent, when necessary to maintain the desirable officer rank structure and uphold the progressive professional development of the officer corps. At ang 7 po ay to restore the maximum tenure in grade for colonel or captain in the Philippine Navy from 8 years to 9 years. This measure, Madam Speaker, is of national importance as it is intended to enhance Republic Act 11709 to guide the modernization initiatives, future direction, and organizational capability of the Armed Forces of the Philippines as the protector of our people and of our state. Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I therefore urge the immediate approval of this measure. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady from Gabriela Porteles, Honorable Arlene Rosas, for her interpellation.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, will the sponsor yield to a few questions, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Ginoong sponsor, Madam Speaker, sinasabi po dito sa inyong panukala na ito ay continuity of policies and modernization initiatives. Bakit po ba kailangan ito ng Armed Forces of the Philippines ngayon? And who initiated this? Na magkaroon po ng first, sabi nyo kanina, fixed term, no? Ng ilan, Chief of Staff, Commanding General ng Philippine Army, ng Philippine Air Force and Philippine Navy. Sino po ang humiling nito? Bakit at sino ang humiling nito? Madam Speaker.
Yes, Madam Speaker, unahin ko po ano talaga ang dagdag na objective nitong batas. At number 1 is to do away or obviate the revolving door policy ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. Nakasanayan po at naobserbahan natin na yung umuupo ng mga Chief of Staff ay umabot lang ng tag-ilang buwan at dahil sa sobrang ikli ng kanilang termino bilang pinakapinuno na sandatahang lakas ng Pilipinas ay nahihirapan ay pagpatuloy yung mga programa at mga reforms na kailangan para sa pagpalakas ng ating armed forces. Pangalawa po, nasagot, ito po ay resulta ng malawakang konsultasyon kasama ang liderato ng Armed Forces of the Philippines at ng Department of National Defense. Lalong-lalo na po dito sa Komitiba, Committee on National Defense, dahil po marami ang nagpa-file ng bill sa direksyon na bigyan ng fixed term. Hindi lang ang Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, kundi pati na ang Commanding General ng Philippine Army, ang Commanding General ng Philippine Air Force, at ang Flag Officer in Command ng Philippine Navy po.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, kamakailan lang kasi in-approve natin tong panukala, no? 2021, if I remember. So ngayon, meron na ulit pagbabago. At itong pagbabago na ito, Madam Speaker, ang tanong po natin kung sinasabi na ito ay resulta ng exhaustive na consultation, ano po ang sinabi ng ating mga enlisted personnel? Kasi kung, as I understand, kung fixed sila ng 3 years, walang galawan po yun sa baba, di ba? 3 years bago mapalitan ulit ang Chief of Staff, bago mapalitan ulit ang Commanding General sa Philippine Army, sa Philippine Air Force at Philippine Navy. So ibig sabihin, sa ibaba po, anong mangyayari? At ano ang sinabi nila dito? Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Tama po, Madam Speaker, based sa advice ng leadership of the House, sa pagpanguna po ni Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, kasama na ang liderato ng Committee on National Defense, at kung saan kasama po natin sa pag-ikot sa consultations all over the country for the past 2 weeks. Bumisita po kami sa mga unified commands, 6 po, 2 sa Luzon, 1 sa Mindanao, 1 sa Cebu, at 2 sa Mindanao. Kasama po namin si Congresswoman Chedeng Alvarez bilang Vice Chair ng Committee ba. Kasama po si Congresswoman Divina Yu, at kasama rin po natin si Congressman George Bustos po ng Patrol Party List para po malaman natin ang totoong sitwasyon at kung kailangan ng pagbabago para po sa batas na ito. At doon nakita namin na ang atin po mga enlisted personnel, kung itutuloy ang tenure in grade para sa kanila, sila po ay malalagay sa very disadvantageous position dahil po mahirapan sila umabot sa isang rangko na given with the limited time, mahirapan silang ma-promote. Kaya po minabuti ng liderato ng Armed Forces of the Philippines at ng Department of National Defense through their official position forwarded to our committee. At yun po ang linagay din natin bilang one of our amendments para po ma-enhance ang batas. Natanggalin na ang tenure in grade for the enlisted personnel.
Madam Speaker, my question is about the implication of this doon sa mga iba pa, no? Yung pababa, no, na ranggo. Kasi parang ang hindi po nyo nasagot kung anong mangyayari o anong implication sa kanila dito, no? Kung 3 years yan, walang galawan talaga yan. So ibig sabihin, wala kang mababago na Chief of Staff, walang bagong Commanding General, hindi gagalaw yan for 3 years. Down the line, tama ba? Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Madam Speaker, to further clarify my point and to have a clearer picture and better understanding po nitong batas, dati po, ang limit or age of compulsory retirement po is at 56 years old. Ngayon naman po, sa bagong batas, Republic Act 11709, ay dinagdagan o binuksan dahil pag ikaw po ay colonel at ma-promote ka na maging 1-star general, meron kang tinatawag na tenure in grade, which is 3 years. At dyan po, sa ngayon, yung 3 years, pwede kang magbigay ng serbisyo beyond the age of mandatory retirement. Yun yung dati po at 56. Kaya po, nag-e-extend. Pero para po ma-ensure na yung mga senior officers with the rank of colonel, dahil naniniwala tayo sa armed forces, may pool, sobra-sobra po ang qualified officers. Kaya po, dito sa ating batas, para po mabilis ang upward movement, instead na fix yung 3 taon, binago na po at ang proposal, pag 1-star, hindi na kailangan dagdagan ka ng 3 taon. Pwede na, pag 1-star, instead of 56, hanggang 57 years old na lang po. Or sa tenure mo, whichever comes earlier. Kung ikaw ay na-promote into 1-star at 50 years old, meron kang 3 taon na tenure in grade. So, mabibigyan ka ng 3 taon. Pag hindi ka na po ma-promote para sa 1 star, ikaw po ay magre-retire na. Pero kung na-appoint ka 1 star at 55 years old, pagbibigyan ka po sa batas, dahil po ang age of mandatory requirement sa 1 star, 57 years old na rin po. At kung magdagdagan naman ang star mo, 2 star ka na, dagdag ng another year, magiging 58, until pag maging lieutenant general ka na, 3 star, hanggang 59 years old ka na po. So based po sa nakikita na simulation, pagdating nitong enhancement ng batas, tuloy-tuloy rin po naaakyat sa rangko ang mga senior officers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, for enlightening yung maximum tenure in grade. But my question is, kung 3 taon nga, ibig sabihin hindi talaga gagalaw yon. And the officers downwards, hindi rin sila gagalaw because wala ka namang bago for the next 3 years na chief of staff, di ba? Ganyan yung ano mo yun yung sinasabi ninyo. So therefore, yung mga supposedly qualified, no? Supposedly qualified na, hindi sila aakyat because those in these positions na in-identify, hindi sila gagalaw di ba?
Yes,
Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Madam Speaker, we beg to disagree. Dahil po sa old law, ang tenure in grade ng isang 1-star general 5 taon. Ngayon po, sa bagong batas natin, 3 taon na lang. Ibig sabihin po, mas mapapabilis. At kung meron mang fixed term, chief of staff lang po, at yung 3 major service commanders. Let me also include, andyan din po sa batas, yung PMA superintendent, na meron din po siyang fixed term, hindi 3 years, but 4 years. So yan po sila lang, 5 lang na posisyon sa Armed Forces of the Philippines ang merong fixed term.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Ano po, ang sinasabi ko po ay doon nga, no, ibig sabihin nga, walang makakaakyat muli doon sa mga positions na yon. The following positions that you've considered na 3 years ang kanilang tenure so far. So, ganun yung mangyayari. Unless, ang nakalagay po dito, unless sooner terminated by the President. Yun ang nakalagay And ang sinasabi niyo po ay second point yun ibang point yun yung officers that we will have, di ba, magiging 1-star, tapos in about how many years, plus 1-star, di ba, ganon. Pero ang tanong ko po kasi kanina, yung position na ito, ibig sabihin, dahil dinefine yan as 3 years, hindi na talaga magkakaroon ng iba pang mga qualified officers doon sa position na yun for 3 years, right?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Speaker, pwede ko rin po idagdag na hindi lahat talaga ng officers magiging chief of staff.
Yeah.
Hindi lahat ng officers magiging commanding general ng Philippine Army. Hindi sila pwedeng maging commanding general ng Philippine Air Force. At lalong-lalong na hindi pwede maging flag officer in command ng Philippine Navy. So we really have to understand the peculiarities and lahat complexities in the military organization po. Habang andyan po sila, from second lieutenant, paakyat ng colonel, alam nila na maraming dadaanang proseso. Pero pag mag-full colonel na po, meron na tayong tinatawag na confirmation sa Commission on Appointments at meron na pong dinadaanan na proseso tulad ng Board of Generals at meron din pong Board of Senior Officers. Kaya po akseptado na hindi po lahat ay mapapagbigyan at ang pinaka-importante dito sa intent of the law, masusunod talaga natin ang intent ng framers dahil po mas strengthen ang professionalism, meritocracy, magkakaroon ng longer period of time para ma-institutionalize ang mga policies. At the same time, ma-sustain yung modernization initiatives po.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Totoo naman po yun, hindi naman talaga lahat magkakaroon ng opportunity. Ang sinasabi po natin dito, yung ibibigay na opportunity or chances ay mas malaki para sa mga qualified officers natin. Kasi yun naman ang gusto natin, di ba? Hindi naman talaga yung the position itself na talagang, dahil nga 3 years na siya, so therefore, mas matagal kang makaaangat sa ganung posisyon. Yun naman ang sinasabi natin, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. And I'm sure may mga officers tayo na gusto talaga na kahit papano umabot sila doon and qualified naman sila for that. And kung mamiss yung opportunities na yon, because yung 3 years ay fixed, di ba? Parang hindi sila magkakaroon ng chance or opportunity for that. But I won't belabor the point kasi yung second point ko po ay sa lateral movement, no? Na allowed for officers holding the following key positions. Ano rin po ang implication nito for those other officers at hanggang sa baba po? Hindi ko po kasi masyadong ipaliwanag niyo po sa akin, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, paano yung lateral movement na sinasabi dito for the officers?
Yes, Madam Speaker, pag sinabi natin pong lateral movement, ito po ay na-involve yung mga 3-star generals or lieutenant generals. As of now po, puro lieutenant general ang rangko ng mga unified commanders. 6 po sila. Yung AFP, Inspector General, Lieutenant General din po siya. At meron ding Vice Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General din, as well as the Deputy Chief of Staff. Ito po ang ginawa natin para pwede sila mag-lateral para po mabigyan ng flexibility ang leadership of the armed forces of the Philippines. Sometimes we have to consider na may mga magre-retire, hindi sila sabay-sabay mag-retire. So, with that, binibigyan din ng pagkakataon na yung mga most senior officers in the armed forces of the Philippines, lalong-lalo na ang 3-star, makonsider then later on na malagay din sila sa mga other critical and important positions as long as may natira pa silang tenure in grade or may natira pang buwan na serbisyo at ang atin pong presidente mapapagbigyan din po dahil malawak po ang pool of possible senior officers na kanyang pipilian po.
So, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, sinasabi niyo po ba dito sa position halimbawa ng Inspector General, pwede rin silang lumipat to Vice Chief of Staff? Or ganito, parang yun yung lateral movement. Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Tama po yan, Madam Speaker, because as of now, nagkakaroon tayo ng proposed amendment dahil sa ngayon, yung batas po nagsasabi na kung ikaw ay Inspector General, that would be your last assignment. Hindi ka na makagalaw. Even though magbakante ang Unified Commander na posisyon, magbakante ang Deputy Chief of Staff, or bumakante man ang Vice Chief of Staff. Of course, unless you are chosen by the President bilang bagong Chief of Staff. Masyado rin po, based sa na-mention kanina, na masyado rin pre-include natin, masyadong grabe ang restriction. Wala nang elbow room na mapilian sa mga officers. Even po, eto sila, pwede pa rin silang ma-appoint ni President sa fixed term.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kung sinasabi niyo pong yan yung lateral movement, it would mean far longer sila doon sa kanilang posisyon. Kasi that's tantamount to halimbawa, kung kapareho ng Vice Chief of Staff, lilipat lang sila, hindi ka magpo-promote from the lower ranks, right? Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Tama,
So,
Madam
how will
Speaker.
they feel yung mga nasa ibang mga posisyon na supposedly ay pwede na silang maging Vice Chief of Staff, Deputy Chief of Staff, maging Unified Commanders, Inspector General ng AFP?
Madam Speaker, we have so many safety nets. Gusto ko po i-clarify na may tinatawag na tenure in grade. Hindi ka po susobra ng 3 taon. Unless you are appointed to a fixed position. For example, ikaw po ay naging Unified Commander. From 2-star, magiging 3-star ka. So, binigyan ka na tenure in grade na 3 taon. Pero, nagkaroon ng bakante ang Deputy Chief of Staff. So, 1 taon ka pa lang Unified Commander o 2 taon, pwede ka po laterally malipat dahil para po sa mas may experience na posisyon na iyon. Kasi marami kayong unified commanders, isa lang po ang pwedeng maging Deputy Chief of Staff at isa lang po ang pwedeng maging Vice Chief of Staff.
So, Madam Speaker, ginong sponsor, sinasabi niyo po na 3 years pa rin. So, hindi pa rin siya lateral movement, pero meron siyang cap ng 3 years.
Unless, Madam Speaker, unless
Appointed by the President.
ma-appoint ka sa fixed term.
Unless
Pag ikaw ay in-appoint bilang Commanding General ng Philippine Army or Commanding General ng Philippine Air Force as well as kung sa Navy ka, Flag Officer in Command, mabibigyan ka ng bagong 3 taon. Dahil po yan ang fixed term, kasi yun yung mga posisyon na yun yung kailangan na ma-institute ang reforms if mabigyan ka ng longer period of time.
So ganun nga, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, mag-a-add pa rin yun. You will
Yes.
be in the position far longer, no? Dahil meron kang ganong leeway. And Madam Speaker, pangalawa po yan, 3 years fixed term para dyan sa mga Chief of Staff, no? And Commandant General ng Philippine Army, Air Force, Philippine Navy, tapos yung lateral movement. Ang next question ko po ay kaugnay sa, ayan, nakalagay po dito sa Section 5 ba ito? Section 5, yung last po. The Secretary of National Defense shall determine the maximum tenure in grade of enlisted personnel. What does that mean, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Madam Speaker, kaya po tinanggal natin ang tenure in grade dahil hindi po makakaya. At yan po ang recommendation ng leadership ng AFP and DND. So sa ngayon, yung sinasabi na tenure in grade wala na at ang magmamanage na po sa kanila ay ang organization. Meron pong tool ang organization through circular, through policies within the different major services, at aakyat po sa GHQ at yung final determination po at decision ay manggagaling po sa Secretary of National Defense.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, giving so much power sa Secretary of National Defense kasi sa kanya ang lahat ng decision dito. And lastly, Madam Speaker, ang tanong ko po ay yung doon sa section which authorizes the President to lengthen the active service in grade of officers in the permanent grades of Captain, Major, and Lieutenant Colonel. Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, hindi ba ito giving so much power? Hindi lang po sa I know the Commanding General naman talaga overall is the President. But siya yung pwedeng mag-iba-iba or mag-lengthen, or paano na rin yung iba pa na kailangan ng promotion na qualified naman, na hindi, di ba unfair yon para sa kanila? Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Yes, Madam Speaker, to further clarify po yung point natin, una, pagdating po sa lengthening, hindi po bago yan. Kahit yung batas pa noon, meron na. Meron na po yan. Hindi po unnecessarily maapektuhan yung mga junior officers na kasama nila as an unintended consequence. Dahil po, binigyan ng authority ng batas si President to lengthen yung tenure ng ating mga officers in the ranks of Captain, Major, and Lieutenant Colonel kasi po kalimitan naghihintay pa yung mga officers na promote. At hindi po dahil sa kanilang kakulangan, pero dahil po kulang ang mga rangko. Pag kulang ang rangko, hindi rin sila ma-promote kahit kompleto sila sa schooling, kompleto po sila sa lahat ng requirement. So yan po, kaya nagkaroon ng lengthening at ang maximum po ay 3 beses. Tapos, pagdating naman po sa Secretary of National Defense, sa ngayon po, pyramidal ang structure ng officer corps. Masyadong maliit sa taas, sa pinakamataas na posisyon at lumalaki po sa pinakamababa na second lieutenant. Yan po to our mind na structure, halos nakuha yan 20, 30 years ago pa. Yung ginawang template. Ngayon po, we know, iba na ang situation. At of utmost importance, hindi po dapat ang structure magbabase sa binibigay natin, kundi sa mission na binibigay natin sa armed forces at yung structure or force structure magdedepend po sa mission. To cite some examples po. Sa Philippine Navy at Philippine Air Force, because of the modernization program, ang dami na pong mga bagong assets. At kailangan na nila na madaming mga senior officers na hawak dahil may mga sobrang malaking responsibilidad na binibigay. Paglilimit natin yung mga rangko dahil pwede nating sabihin na may ratio na 1 general to 1,000 soldiers, old school na po yan. Iba na ngayon all over the world. Yung ngayon po, ang force structure is dependent on the given mission. At kaya po, binigyan natin ng pagkakataon. But of course, marami pong linagay na safety nets. Number 1, dapat po sundin yung table of organization. Pangalawa po, dito sa batas, sa amendment, magkakaroon ng oversight committee kung saan meron magagaling na members from the majority and minority dito sa atin. And of course, pag magkaroon po ng counterpart bill, meron din sa Senado. Yan po, napakalaking bagay na para ma-ensure na kung ano ang intent at direction, mag-a-align po yung gagawin sa baba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, to your lengthy explanation. Medyo naintindihan ko po at naunawaan kung paano yung naging process or sa structure ng with diagram pa ng triangle and force. Pero I do believe po na we really need din giving new roles for younger officers kasi iba po ang kanilang role at hindi dapat manatili na ang power ay nasa taas lang. And Madam Speaker, ginoong sponsor, gusto ko lang sabihin po na itong ginawa na panukala na mananatili ng 3 years ang the following: the Chief of Staff, Commanding General ng Philippine Army, Commanding General ng Philippine Air Force, Commanding General ng Flag Officer ng Philippine Navy. For 3 years silang mananatili dyan, hindi sila mababago, di ba? Unless merong mga giving more power to them also. Tapos yung lateral movement kung saan maaaring lumipat lang ng ibang posisyon, but the same pa rin yung category ng mga generals na nandito, hindi pa rin tataas yung promotion ng iba na nasa ibaba. And lastly, dun po sa usapin ng authorizing the President to lengthen the active service in grade of officers, yun din po, nire-remind lang natin na ito po ay may kaakibat na malaking responsibilidad and power for them. And alam po natin ang kasabihan na power corrupts. And it corrupts totally minsan. Kaya kailangan po at nagne-necessitate ng pagbabago minsan. Kaya din hindi ganun ka-fixed yung ibang mga positions. Ayan. And giving opportunities para sa mga younger officers, those who are qualified, din po sana yung gusto natin. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Sponsor, sa inyong pagbibigay ng atensyon sa kinatawan na ito para sa ilang mga katanungan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it is safe to say, and we are very confident that we have gone around the different military camps, and this proposal is supported by the overwhelming majority of the members of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, as well as by the Department of National Defense. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Richard Gomez for his manifestation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Representative Richard Gomez is now recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to make a short manifestation on our sponsor. Mr. Sponsor, ako po ay natutuwa sa panukala na ito, sa privilege speech ninyo, na madadagdagan yung tenure of service ng mga senior officers natin. As we all know, tayo, most of the time, habang bata tayo, we are very aggressive people. But as we age, we become mellow people. Our decisions become better. Our decisions become more matured. And when we speak of national security, when we speak of senior officers, these officers coming from the ranks of colonel all the way to 5-star general, decision-making ang pinaka-importante dito. You cannot be too aggressive. Otherwise, pag masyado tayong aggressive, gera nga hanapin natin lagi. We need mellowed people, matured thinking people, to come up with proper national security decisions. That's why, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I totally agree na dapat ganun ang gawin natin because 56 for me is very young for them to retire. Ang dami natin kilala, ang dami natin kaibigan ng mga nag-general or kahit nag-colonel lang, pero 56 kailangan na nila mag-retire. They're very young. Doon pala nagsisimula yung maturity ng pag-iisip nila on what will be best for our country. So, Mr. Speaker, I salute you for this one. Congratulations to you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Madam Speaker, I totally agree. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no members who wish to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of debate, sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that there being no committee or individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 6517.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 6517 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 6517 is hereby approved on the second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to recognize the guest of Raul Bongalon and Honorable Elizalde Cov, Representative Ako Bicol Party List, naming Vice Mayor Romel Galicia, Ms. R.V. Asinue, and Mr. Radulfo Bueno Jr.
To the guests of Honorable Hildy Bongalon and Honorable Elizalde Esco, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 4 as contained in Committee Report number 187, submitted by the Committee on Trade and Industry, And for this purpose, may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the said bill.
House Bill Number 4, an act providing protection to consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating for the purpose the Electronic Commerce Bureau, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Trade and Industry, the Honorable Congressman Mario Vittorio Marinho of the 5th District of Batangas, be recognized.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Honorable Marvy Marino is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am ready for interpellation.
Tapos na ang sponsorship? Okay.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Honorable Congressman Raul Manuel of the party list Kabataan be recognized for his interpellation.
The Honorable Raul Manuel is now recognized.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and to our good sponsor. I just have very few questions to clarify about this bill, Madam Speaker. Sa definition po ng online merchant, ang bagin po dito ay it refers to a natural or juridical person that directly sells, manufactures goods, or offers for sale any good or service, and so on and so forth, through online means. Nais ko lang pong i-clarify, Madam Speaker, kung kasama din po ba sa definition yung mga isolated transactions ng mga individual. Halimbawa po, may isang estudyante nagbenta ng kanyang mga lumang libro. Mako-consider din po ba siya na isang online merchant?
Madam Speaker, hindi po kasama yon sa scope ng bill na ito.
Okay. Kasunod, Madam Speaker, may bahagi din ng Panukalang Batas Section 22, Obligations of Consumers of Ride-Hailing Services. Nilagay po dito yung mga hindi pwedeng gawin ng consumers para naman maprotektahan yung mga ride-hailing services. Halimbawa yung mga delivery personnel na minsan ay nabibiktima ng mga prank na bumibili. Meron po ditong ilang mga nabanggit, kagaya halimbawa na kung yung consumer ay masyadong matagal na nag-antay ng kanyang binili, edi sa ganong pagkakataon lamang pwedeng i-cancel yung transaction. Madam Speaker, nais nating malaman mula sa ating sponsor kung ano pa yung ibang mga pwede nating maidagdag sana na mga hindi pwedeng gawin ng ating mga consumers in protection of our delivery personnel.
Madam Speaker, ang purpose po ng bill na ito ay to protect the consumers. So there will be a e-commerce bureau na itatatag at dyan po magre-register lahat ng online merchants, and kung meron man pong mga pagkakataon na hindi nag-agree ang isang consumer at ang isang merchant, ay doon po pwedeng magkaroon ng dispute settlement. So lahat po ng pagkakataon ay meron po tayong mechanism para ho ma-solve kung ano man po yung reklamo ng isang consumer or ng isang merchant.
Okay. Maraming salamat sa ating buting sponsor. Yun lamang yung ating mga katanungan, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, before we continue with the interpellation, may I respectfully request that we recognize the following guest, HE Ambassador HKU, PSM, Ambassador of Australia to the Philippines. Mr. James Humans, Counselor, Political, Economic, and Public Affairs. Ms. Jara Tippett Moore, Secondary Secretary. Mr. Alexander O'Hara, Third Secretary. I so move.
To our guests from the Embassy of Australia, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may I likewise request that the guest of the Honorable Lolita Javier of the 2nd District of Leyte, in the person of Mr. Rodel Relano Albina, be recognized.
To the guests of the Honorable Lolita Tanala Javier, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, considering that there is no other member of the House who wishes to interpolate the good sponsor, I move that the period of sponsorship and debate be closed.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Closed. Closed.
Madam Speaker,
Majority Leader, yes.
I move that we now open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none.
There being no committee amendments,
Wait, the period of amendments is now open.
Madam Speaker,
Majority Leader, yes.
there being no individual amendment or committee amendment, I move that the period of amendment be closed.
Madam Speaker, apologize. There is an individual amendment, please. Majority Leader.
I withdraw my previous motion, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of the motion. Okay. So what should we?
Full name, I have the...
Okay. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
And what, please? Madam Speaker, I move that the Honorable Congressman Egmedio Tanwatco of the 2nd District of Rizal be recognized for his individual amendment.
The Honorable Tanwatco is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Majority Leader. Madam Speaker, may we know if the distinguished sponsor is amenable to accept some individual amendments to House Bill number 4?
To our sponsor?
May I hear the amendment, Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Madam Speaker, for the individual amendments, on page 3, line 28, section 3, add the word "and services" and after the word "goods." For the second individual amendment, on page 6, line 20, section 7, spell out e-commerce bureau.
Madam Speaker, point of order. May I request the Honorable Tanwatco to allow the sponsor to accept or reject first the first proposed amendment. May I hear from the sponsor if he accepts or rejects the first proposed amendment?
The committee accepts the First Amendment, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move that the same be approved.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker,
For the second,
for the second individual amendment, on page 6, line 20, section 7, spell out e-commerce bureau to electronic commerce bureau. On line 21, insert the word e-commerce before the word bureau. And on line 22, insert the word e-commerce before the word bureau.
Madam Speaker, the committee accepts the Second Amendment.
Madam Speaker, for the third individual amendment, the word e-commerce shall be inserted.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and we move that the same be approved.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the third individual amendment, henceforth, the word e-commerce shall be inserted before the word bureau, which are found in other lines, pages, sections of House Bill number 4.
Madam Speaker, we accept the amendment.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for the approval of the same.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 8, line 12, section 7, change the word convene to conduct.
What does the sponsor say?
Madam Speaker, we accept the amendment.
Majority Leader.
We join the manifestation of the sponsor and move for the approval of the proposed amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Honorable Tanwatco.
Madam Speaker, on page 9, line 2, section 9, replace the word authorize to the phrase be a ground for.
What does the sponsor say?
Madam Speaker, we accept the amendment.
Majority Leader.
We join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 9, lines 29 to 31, section 10, delete the subject paragraph and in lieu thereof, replace it with the following. The E-Commerce Bureau shall defer the exercise of rulemaking power conferred by law to the above-mentioned authorized government agencies with regulatory jurisdictions over e-commerce providers or platforms, unless such agencies decline to exercise their jurisdiction or do not act within a timely manner.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Madam Speaker, on page 16, lines 31 to 33, section 18, delete the phrase which makes it possible to immediately and easily contact and communicate with the online merchant and communicate in a direct and effective manner, and in lieu thereof, insert the following: to facilitate immediate, direct, and effective communication with the online merchant.
What does the sponsor say?
Madam Speaker, we accept the amendment.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Madam Speaker, on page 20, lines 9 to 11, section 19, delete the phrase makes it possible to immediately and easily contact and communicate. And
What does the sponsor say?
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry.
This is
Yes.
on page 20, lines 9 to 11, section 19. Delete the phrase makes it possible to immediately and easily contact and communicate with the online merchant and communicate in a direct and effective manner, and in lieu thereof, insert the following, which will facilitate immediate, direct, and effective communication with the online merchant.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Madam Speaker, on page 22, line 6, section 20, replace the preposition to with the preposition with.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the same page, 22, lines 13 to 15, section 20, delete the subject paragraph and in lieu thereof, replace it with the following. The reduction in the price of the goods should be proportionate to the decrease in its value as received by the consumer when compared to the value of the goods if it were in conformity with the contract.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Madam Speaker, on page 23, line 7, section 22, transpose the phrase as a defense of good faith at the beginning of the sentence on the said line.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Madam Speaker, on the same page 23, section 23, delete lines 27 to 33 and in lieu thereof, replace the same subparagraph as follows. Letter C. Where the goods cannot be returned because of destruction or loss caused by the negligence of the consumer shall pay to the online merchant within 14 days from receipt of reimbursement the monetary value which the non-conforming goods would have had at the date when the return was to be made if they had been kept by the consumer without destruction or loss until that date, unless the destruction or loss has been caused by a lack of conformity of the goods with the contract.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Madam Speaker, on page 24, lines 29, 30, and 31, section 25, delete the acronyms FTEB, DA, and DOH, respectively.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, we join the manifestation of the sponsor and move for the approval of the proposed amendment.
Is there any objection? The motion is approved. The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Madam Speaker, on page 26, line 4, section 26, delete the phrase next succeeding paragraph and in lieu thereof, replace it with the following, circumstances described hereunder.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Madam Speaker, on the same page 26, line 16, section 26, delete the words the provisions.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Madam Speaker, on page 27, line 12, section 27, delete the acronym BOC.
What does the sponsor say?
Madam Speaker, may I just clarify, is it on page 27, line 12, section 27?
The Honorable Tanwatco is now recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
We accept, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Madam Speaker, on page 29, section 31, lines 7 to 8, delete the phrase, a Congressional Oversight Committee, hereinafter referred to as. On line 13, spell out the acronym ICT to Information and Communications Technology. On line 14, after the word Senate, replace the words Committee on Trade and Commerce with Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship. On line 17, replace the article the after the word review to its and delete the words of this act.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Madam Speaker, on the same page 29, line 28, section 32, delete the acronyms LTFRB and OMB. On line 29, delete the words the implementing. On line 30, delete the preposition of and replace it with the phrase for and the effective implementation of.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Madam Speaker, on the same page 29, line 33, section 33, insert of the DTI after the word division.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
We join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tanwatco.
Madam Speaker, for the last individual amendment, on page 30, section 37, delete the last sentence on lines 19 to 21.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the last proposed amendment, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for its approval.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may I respectfully manifest that the committee has already introduced the committee amendment, and it's now part of the record. May I respectfully move that the committee amendment be adopted, approved by the body.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, wala na. Manifest ko na. Madam Speaker, there being no other amendment, I move that the period of amendment be closed.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendment is now closed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 4 as amended.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 4 on the second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 4 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we proceed with the additional reference of business and may request the Secretary General to please read Committee Report number 28. The committee reports contained therein in the additional reference of business, Madam Speaker. So moved.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business, committee reports. Committee report number 208 submitted by the Committee on Health, the Committee on Appropriations, and the Committee on Ways and Means on House Bill 6522. Committee report number 209 submitted by the Committee on Labor and Employment and the Committee on Ways and Means on House Bill 6523. Committee report number 210 submitted by the Committee on Agriculture and Food and the Committee on Ways and Means on House Bill 6524. Committee report number 211 submitted by the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries, the Committee on Appropriations, and the Committee on Ways and Means on House Bill 1. And Committee report number 212 submitted by the Committee on Public Works and Highways on House Bill 6527.
The aforementioned committee reports are referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Bill number 6518 contained under Committee Report number 207, and may we further request that the Secretary General read the title of the bill. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the said measure.
House Bill 6518, an act creating the Health Emergency Auxiliary Enforcement Team under the Department of Health and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship is now open.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize for his sponsorship speech Representative Ciriaco B. Gato Jr. of the Lone District of Batanes. Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Ciriaco Gato, Chairperson of the Committee on Health, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, in behalf of the Committee on Health, this representation has the honor to sponsor Committee Report number 207 on House Bill number 6518 entitled An Act Creating the Health Emergency Auxiliary Reinforcement Team under the Department of Health and appropriating funds therefore. Madam Chair, this proposed legislation is also known as the HEART Bill. It's one of the most vital pieces of legislation in our nation's quest for health security. In the main, this bill seeks to expand the country's human health resources in times of public health emergencies, including calamities and other health threats. It seeks to establish a reserve force of highly skilled and health-oriented professionals, as well as volunteers who can be rapidly mobilized to address national or local contingencies which may require manpower beyond the capabilities of national government agencies or local government units. The HEART is civilian in nature. A board shall be created to ensure efficient and effective mobilization of volunteers under it. It shall be chaired by the Department of Health and composed of the representatives of the following as members: Department of Interior and Local Government, Department of National Defense,
Commission on Higher Education, Professional Regulatory Commission, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Office of Civil Defense, and one representative from a non-governmental health professional organization. The board shall establish close coordination with the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council and the Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency. It may call upon any government office or instrumentality, including government-owned or controlled corporations and local government units as necessary. The board may likewise establish close coordination and collaboration with non-governmental health organizations and the private sector, especially those with concrete programs in the delivery of emergency health services. This important piece of legislation was approved on third reading by the House of Representatives and was subsequently transmitted to the Senate in the 18th Congress. At the very onset of the 19th Congress and the new administration of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., the committee again went through the process of extensive consultations to refine the HART bill with the various agencies, especially the Department of Health, the Department of National Defense, the Department of Budget Management, and the PLLO, among others. Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, the HART bill is a priority legislation that His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has manifested in his very State of the Nation address. In response to the President's call, no less than Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez is one of the principal sponsors of this bill. This vital piece of legislation was also endorsed by the LEDAC as one of the priority common legislative agenda. Given the urgency of HART bill, this humble representation as chairperson of the Committee on Health entreats the support of this committee to this august body to immediately approve it, with the end view of attaining health security for the Filipino nation, which is essential in sustaining national growth and development. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no members who wish to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now closed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is now open. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there be no committee amendments. I move that we proceed with the individual amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Keith Mika Tan for his individual amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Tan is recognized for his amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I propose amendments to Committee Report Number 207 on House Bill Number 6518, shortly titled the Health Emergency Auxiliary Reinforcement Team Act. On page 4, line 30, insert a new section and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. The new section shall now read as follows. Section 6, the Health Emergency Auxiliary Reinforcement Team Promotion Program. There is hereby established the Health Emergency Auxiliary Reinforcement Team Promotion Program, which shall refer to the comprehensive set of objectives, targets, strategies, and activities for the promotion, recruitment, and the selection of reserve force of highly skilled and health-oriented professionals and volunteers. It shall include but not be limited to the following areas of concern: the provision of initiatives that shall underscore the importance of volunteerism to improve health and safety of communities, the utilization of medical reserve pool who want to donate their time and expertise to prepare for and respond to emergencies and to support ongoing preparedness initiatives, and the building of partnerships and ensuring the sustainability of the HART with the end goal of maintaining its capacity to meet surges in the demand for the healthcare system and provide assistance in times of public emergencies. I so move, Madam Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the proposed amendment, Madam.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, we join the acceptance of the sponsor and move for the approval of the amendments, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tan.
Madam Speaker, in page 6, line 33, delete the word "in accordance with" and replace the same with the words "taking into consideration." Section 11, mobilization, second paragraph will now read as follows. The board shall promulgate a mechanism that shall ensure efficient implementation of deployment, assignment areas, deployment periods, how deployment orders are communicated to each volunteer, and to which mobilization center the volunteers will report, taking into consideration Section 13 on accreditation, mobilization, and protection of disaster volunteers and National Service Reserve Corps, CSOs, and the private sector of Republic Act 10121, otherwise known as the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act of 2010. I so move, Madam Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept the proposed amendment, Madam Chair.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for the approval of the amendments, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is now approved. The Honorable Tan.
Madam Speaker, in Section 16, legal liability and malpractice insurance, on page 7, line 22, delete "and malpractice insurance" and delete lines 27 to 30. Section 16 will now read as follows. Section 16, legal liability. No volunteer shall be held liable for the death or injury to any person or for the loss of or damage to the property of any person where such death, injury, loss, or damage was proximately caused by the circumstance of an actual public health emergency or its subsequent conditions. This section shall not preclude liability for civil damages because of gross negligence, recklessness, or willful misconduct. I so move, Madam Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
Madam Chair, we accept the proposed amendment.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendment and move for the approval of the said amendments, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tan.
Madam Speaker, on page 7, line 35, insert a new section and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. The new section will now read as follows. Public health emergency insurance. The DOH is mandated to secure an insurance policy that would insure heart volunteers from injury, death, damage to, or loss of property, or for any legal liability asserted against or incurred by the volunteer arising from the lawful performance of his duty. I so move, Madam Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
Madam Chair, we accept the proposed amendment.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the proposed amendments and move for the approval of the said amendments, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Tan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, there being no other amendments of individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, I move for the approval of House Bill number 6518 on second reading as amended, Madam Speaker.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 6518 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The House Bill number 6518, as amended, is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 6522 under Committee Report number 208 and request the
Secretary General to read the same, the title of the same.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the said measure.
House Bill Number 6522, an act creating the Philippine Centers for Disease Prevention and Control, defining their powers and functions and appropriating funds therefore.
Gato din.
Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now open. Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, we move that we recognize Representatives Ciriaco Bigato Jr., the chairperson of the Committee on Health from Lone District of Batanes, to begin sponsorship of the measure.
Thank you, Madam
there-
Chair,
is there any-
distinguished colleagues. In behalf of the Committee on Health, this representation has the honor to sponsor Committee Report Number 208 on House Bill Number 6522 entitled An Act Creating the Philippine Centers for Disease Prevention and Control, defining their powers and functions and appropriating funds therefore. As we are all well aware, Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, the COVID-19 pandemic exposed weaknesses in the healthcare system and governance in the Philippines. We were caught flat-footed as the invisible dreaded disease wrought havoc to the socio-economic and socio-political life of the nation. The state of public emergency that beset us for almost 3 years now exacerbated the already deplorable state of the health of great majority of Filipinos, taking into account other diseases, especially non-communicable diseases, which are the major causes of morbidity and mortality through the years. In this light, Madam Speaker, this vital piece of legislation establishing the Centers for Disease Prevention and Control aims to strengthen our country's capacity to address public health emergencies and public health threats. The bill was approved on third reading by the House of Representatives and was subsequently transmitted to the Senate in the 18th Congress. Briefly, Your Honors, the CDC bill have the following salient features. The CDC shall be under the Secretary of the Department of Health. It shall be the technical authority on forecasting, analysis, strategy, and standards development for the prevention and control of communicable and non-communicable diseases. The CDC shall serves as focal for international health regulations. The functions of the CDC include the following: develop strategies, standards, and policies for disease prevention and control, implement disease surveillance and field epidemiology activities, perform data collection analytics, establish and strengthen public health laboratories, recommend actions for public health threats to appropriate national government bodies, lead public health and risk communications, conduct and manage health research and evidence synthesis, build local capacity for surveillance and health research, promote scientific integrity by ensuring that all of its products are technically accurate, scientifically and ethically sound, and useful to the government and the intended population through the institutionalization of appropriate mechanisms and bodies. With respect to structure, the CDC shall establish centers that shall lead and coordinate the major functions of the CDC, each to be headed by a Deputy Director General. The Center for Health Statistics, Center for Epidemiology and Surveillance, Center for Health Evidence, Center for Health Laboratories. The CDC shall have 3 offices directly under the Director General that provide support to all centers, namely Office for Health Economics, Office for Policy Planning, and Office for Administration, Finance, and Legal Affairs. Regional CDC shall be established consisting of counterparts of the aforementioned centers. The CDC shall be headed by a Director General with the rank of Undersecretary, who shall be appointed by the President upon the recommendation of the Secretary of Health. There shall also be Deputy Director Generals with the rank of Assistant Secretary, who shall likewise be appointed by the President upon the recommendation of the Secretary of Health. Madam Speaker, the CDC bill was approved on third reading by the House of Representatives and was subsequently transmitted to the Senate on the 18th Congress. This 19th Congress, it was deliberated upon and approved by the Committee on Health on November 10, 2022. This is after a series of consultations conducted by the committee with the Department of Health and other concerned agencies. Given the urgency of the CDC bill, this humble representation as chairperson of the Committee on Health entreats the support of this august body to immediately approve the CDC bill with the end view of attaining health security for the Filipino nation, which is essential in sustaining national growth and development. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we move to recognize Representative Franz L. Castro for her interpellation.
The Honorable Franz Castro is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So would the good sponsor yield to some of my clarification, some of my clarification questions?
Gladly, Honorable Castro.
First of all, Madam Speaker, this representation agree to create this center for
disease.
Creating the Philippine Centers for the Disease Prevention and Control, defining their powers and functions, and appropriating funds therefore. So sa naging karanasan natin, Madam Speaker, with the pandemic, no, kaya kailangan talaga natin no, na magpakahusay, magpakadalubhasa doon sa prevention and control ng ating mga sakit o mga communicable diseases na ma-experience ng ating mga mamamayan. So ilang mga katanungan, Madam Speaker, dito sa ating bill on the structure, Madam Speaker, on page on the structure. So we have here on Article 3, the creation of the Center for Disease Prevention and Control. Okay, so we have there the functions and then the structure of the CDC. So we will have 3 centers that will be created for health statistics, Center for Epidemiology and Surveillance, and Center of Health Evidence. So can you explain, Madam Speaker, the differences of the function of these 3 centers? And ito bang 3 centers na ito po yung general structure ng ating CDC, Madam Speaker?
Actually, there are 4 centers. We have the Center for Health Statistics, Center for Epidemiology and Surveillance, Center for Health Evidence, and Center for Health Laboratories,
Okay.
the CHL.
There are 4, Madam.
4 centers. So basically, the Center for Health Statistics is in charge of the data from non-communicable researches. The Center for Epidemiology and Surveillance is responsible for the data on researches on communicable diseases. And then the Center for Health Evidence is in charge of the prevention and control of the diseases. And then, of course, the Center for Health Laboratory will be in charge of the national and the subnational laboratories.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, for those clarification. So pag sinabi po nating non-communicable diseases, so ito po yung example, katulad po din po ba yan ng mga cancer?
Yes, ang non-communicable diseases, ito po ay yung mga hindi nakakahawa. Nandito yung mga cancers, hypertension, heart disease, congenital or mental health condition, illnesses.
Okay, so pag sinabi naman natin, Madam Speaker, na communicable disease, ito yung like yung mga TB,
Yes,
tama ba?
mga
Tuberculosis,
bacterial, usually mga bacterial and viral infections. Mga TB, flu, COVID, lahat ng mga nakakahawa.
Yes, okay. Yung health laboratory, sinasabi natin dito, no, develop and provide the overall strategic direction, policies, standards, and plans in the implementation of the Philippine Health Laboratory System. So, ang ibig sabihin po ba, katulad po ba ito nung RITM or iba?
Yes, in a way, katulad din ng RITM, but it will be, RITM kasi may kasamang hospital ancillary services. But in yung mga laboratories, this will be purely on the, mga diagnostic workups na dapat mayroon na from national tapos scattered across the country, yung mga regional laboratories, mga subnational laboratories.
Okay, pag nabuo po natin itong CDC, there would be a regional CDC, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. At tinanong ko kanina, Madam Speaker, about the RITM. So are you saying, Mr. Speaker, that RITM would be separated? So hindi siya ma-absorb nitong CDC. It will be retained as is.
The RITM will be absorbed by the Center for Health.
Laboratories?
The national laboratory of RITM will be absorbed by the Center for Health Laboratory, and then the hospital ancillary services, the biological and manufacturing services will be absorbed by the Center for Health Evidence. Health Evidence, Your Honor.
Yes. With my consultation, Madam Speaker, with some of the employees of the RITM, sinasabi dito na hindi naman daw i-absorb yung lahat ng mga functions ng RITM nitong CDC. Mga specific units lang. Like for example, yung biological and manufacturing unit nila would be temporarily absorbed. Kasi yun ang worry nila, Madam Speaker, yung mawawala yung clinical services. Mawawala yung mga yung mga ibang mga functions like yung mga clinical services na talagang napakahalaga nitong mga clinical services na to dahil sila nga po ay nagre-research, parang laboratory sila na kailangan talaga nila ng parang ano bang tawag natin doon? Kumbaga sa teaching laboratory school. Kumbaga laboratory clinic. Tama po ba 'yon? Pwede po bang pakilinaw kung talagang yung RITM ay would be as is or ma-retain or may mga functions na i-absorb nitong sinasabi nating mga center?
Madam Chair, Your Honorable Castro, actually, ma-absorb sila lahat. Ang RITM will not be abolished. Lahat po ng empleyado ng RITM ay ma-absorb. Mahihiwalay lang sa dalawang centers. The laboratory component of the RITM will be absorbed by the Centers for Health Laboratory, and then the remaining portion or services of the RITM will be absorbed by the Centers for Health Evidence.
Yes.
And then
Saan po mapupunta yung kanilang yung kanilang sinatawag nilang yung clinic o yung parang hospital function?
Center for Health Evidence.
Yung tanong niya.
Ano yan?
Saan daw po mapupunta yung clinic?
Under the Center for Health Evidence din. But the clinic will still remain sa...
Yun nga po, Madam Speaker, yung worry dito. Kasi nakita naman natin yung performance ng RITM, kung gaano ka-effective yung combination ng laboratory research with that of the clinical function. Kasi talagang mahalaga, mahalaga yun. Parang sa teacher kasi yan, kung may laboratory ka, nagpa-practice teaching, parang may ganon.
Yes.
Tapos nagre-research. So, paano kaya ang mangyayari doon, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kung ito ay kumbaga magkakahiwalay?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, yung RITM, mai-strengthen nga, mai-strengthen po yung RITM. Dadami pa ang kailangan employee, mas marami pa, mas lalaki ang budget because it will be under a bigger center. So there will be no diminution, much less abolition of the institute, Madam Chair.
So, thank you po doon sa pag-emphasize. Kasi yun naman po ang mahalaga sa representasyong ito na wala talagang matatanggalan ng trabaho. Yun nga lang po, sinasabi nyo ba na yung kanilang laboratory clinic ay will stay?
It will stay.
Okay.
The laboratory will
Okay,
stay.
so yun lang po yung gusto nating malinawan. And then, how about, Madam Speaker, yung sa human resource pa rin, how about the casual employee and contractual? Bibigyan po ba sila ng regular position? Lalo na kasi dito sinasabi sa Section 10, they will submit, di ba? In Section 10, the staffing pattern and health, sabing ganon, there would be a staffing pattern, ang health secretary yung mag-hire or magde-decide kung sino yung mariretain doon sa mga position. So, ano po yung magiging kakalabasan dito ng mga contractual natin at saka yung mga JOs? Magkakaroon na po ba sila ng regular position? Depende doon sa kanilang skills.
The contractual workers will basically remain, but there will be, as a result of the reorganization, the technical working group will be developed to ensure that the Republic Act 6656, or the Act to Protect the Security of Tenure of Civil Service Officers and Employees in the implementation of government reorganization, shall be properly observed towards the protection of tenure of affected employees and shall institute mechanisms for retooling. There will be no diminution of salaries and benefits of affected employees. And at the same time, Madam Chair, if those who opt to retire, to opt for an early retirement, they have the option to do so, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, sinasabi natin kapag nagkaroon ng as a staffing pattern, all the COs and GOs will be evaluated according to their skills and maybe the length of service. Baka pwede ring ma-consider 'yon. And then there would be kung maaari, there would be some retooling. Correct? Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair.
So, ayun po, nasa Section 9. So, sinisigurado lang po natin, Madam Speaker, dito na yung ating mga JOs and COs, lalong-lalo na po yung mga mahaba na yung services dito sa dito sa Department of Health o kaya dito sa mga agency or mga attached agency na i-absorb nitong CDC.
Yes, Madam Chair, Honorable Franz Castro.
Yes. Thank you po doon sa pagka-clarify at paglilinaw kaugnay po niyaan. Okay. So, sinasabi dito, Madam Speaker, yung CDC would be under the DOH. This would be an attached agency under the DOH.
It's under the Department of Health, Madam Chair.
Kaya po
Honorable
yung
Castro.
kaya po yung pinakamataas na position is undersecretary.
Undersecretary.
Okay. So, how about the Director General? So, yun din po ba yung tinatawag nating Director General, Undersecretary?
The Director General is equivalent to Undersecretary.
Okay. Okay. So the Director General is equivalent to the Undersecretary.
Undersecretary, Madam Chair.
Okay, sige. So, so yun lang po Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, yung mga gusto nating linawin about the structure and also the human resources. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for the clarificatory questions, Honorable Castro, Madam Chair.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, there being no further interpellators, we move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now closed. Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is now open. Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes.
Session is suspended.
Madam Speaker,
Session is resumed.
there being no committee amendments or individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is now closed. Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, we move to vote on second reading, House Bill number 6522.
There's a motion to approve House Bill number 6522 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 6522 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, I move that we consider on second reading House Bill number 6510 under Committee Report number 203 and request that the Secretary General be instructed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the said measure.
House Bill 6510, an act providing for a new passport law, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 8239, otherwise known as the Philippine Passport Act of 1996.
Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate. I also move.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now open. Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Maria Rachel Arenas, the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, to begin the sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Representative Maria Rachel Arenas, the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The proposed new Philippine Passport Act, which was also approved on the third and final reading last Congress, recognizes the basic right of every Filipino to travel. Article 3, Section 6 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution states that the right to travel shall not be impaired except in the interest of national security, public safety, or public health, as may be provided by law. This serves as the rationale for the Committee on Foreign Affairs to prioritize the passage of a new act that will enhance the Filipinos' unimpaired exercise of their constitutional right to travel. Allow me to highlight, Madam Speaker, the key provisions of the proposed new Philippine Passport Act. House Bill number 6510 harmonizes the current passport law with domestic laws and international agreements affecting passport application and issuance. The passage of the Citizenship Retention and Reacquisition Act of 2003 and the Domestic Adoption Act of 1998 requires the submission of updated documents by concerned passport applicants. The new law governing the issuance of passports also guarantees the compliance of Philippines passports to international standards set by the International Civil Aviation Organization. It specifically provides for the issuance of Philippine passports using the latest tamper-proof personalization and data management technology. The passage of House Bill 6510 will benefit the general public since it simplifies the requirements for the issuance and processing of Philippine passports. The proposed passport law adopts the new biometric system and the submission of documents only issued or authenticated by the Philippine Statistics Authority. It also specifies the required passport documents for adoptive persons, widowed, annulled, or divorced women, naturalized citizens, and persons who have reacquired Philippine citizenship. The requirement for personal appearance prompted the Department of Foreign Affairs to suspend the accreditation of travel and recruitment agencies that used to be allowed to apply for passports on behalf of their clients. Thus, the new passport law ends the reliance of applicants on travel and recruitment agencies rendering expensive passport application services. The proposed measure also provides for a new type of passport, the emergency passport, to be issued to Filipinos who have been previously issued with a regular passport but for any reason cannot apply for or be issued a regular passport. The proposed measure also introduces the issuance of 3 types of travel documents. 1, emergency travel documents for Filipinos with urgent travels. 2, travel document certificate for those who need to be repatriated. And 3, conventional travel documents for individuals considered as stateless persons, refugees, or asylums in the Philippines. Madam Speaker, let me also mention, as I am very happy, that the passage of the new Philippine Passport Act will particularly benefit our senior citizens and persons with disabilities, since they will be allowed to enjoy a discounted fee of 50% for the processing and replacement of their passports, aside from providing them courtesy lanes and exemption from setting a passport appointment. This additional benefit is a way of honoring and taking care of our senior citizens and our PWDs. I thank the Committee on Ways and Means for the expeditious passage of this provision. The new Philippine Passport Act also protects the public by directing the DFA to create passport databases that will secure relevant information about passport holders. Considering that the Philippine passport is regarded as superior to all other documents, House Bill 6510 protects the integrity of our passports by providing stiffer penalties for offenses relating to the issuance, forgery, improper use of passports and travel documents, and multiple possession of passports. It also incorporates the illegal withholding of passports and the forging of visas and entry documents in the list of passport-related offenses. The measure further imposes the maximum penalties when offenses are committed by a syndicate or on a large scale. This is to serve as a deterrent to minimize, if not completely eradicate, the production of fake or fraudulent passports and provide better protection not only for the public but the state as well. Lastly, the new Philippine Passport Act will improve the consular services of the DFA by allowing it to charge no more than 50% of the current fees relating to the processing or issuance of passports requiring special consideration, waiver, or issuance beyond office hours. These service fees, constituting the Passport Revolving Fund, will be utilized to improve the passporting, consular services, and other services provided by the DFA. This particular provision was generously approved by the Committee on Appropriations. Considering that the DFA only has 36 consular offices, catering to approximately more than 4 million passport applicants annually, there is a serious need for the creation of additional consular offices with sufficient manpower. The funds to be used in running and maintaining these COs are sourced from the Passport Revolving Fund. Overseas, we have around 10.4 million OFWs who every now and then need passports and other consular services. Going to the nearest Philippine embassy or consular office takes more than a dime and a day, so it will be convenient both on the part of the DFA and our OFWs to have enough personnel who will expeditiously extend consular services to our OFWs. Your Honor, while we intend to have more than enough embassies and consulate offices in the future to service our fellow kababayans, what we can do for now is to pass a new passport law that will address the predicaments of Filipino passport applicants and allow efficiency in the facilitation of passport-related transactions. This will go a long way to enhance our citizens' unimpaired right to travel and level up the country to international practice. With the reopening of international borders, the passage of this act is a welcome gift to Filipino travelers and OFWs. Madam Speaker, it is for these reasons that the Committee on Foreign Affairs asks with a sense of urgency for the approval of House Bill number 6510, providing for a new Philippine passport law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now closed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is now open. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee or individual amendments to be introduced, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is now closed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 6510.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 6510 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 6510 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend for a few minutes.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under additional reference of business, I move that we consider House Bill number 6523 under Committee Report number 209, submitted by the Committee on Labor and Employment and the Committee on Ways and Means, And for that purpose, may we request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the said measure.
House Bill 6523, an act providing for a revised national apprenticeship program, repealing for the purpose Chapters 1 and 2 of Title 2, Book 2 of Presidential Decree Number 442, as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Congressman Patrick Michael Vargas of the 5th District of Quezon City to sponsor the measure.
The Honorable Patrick Michael Vargas is now recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My esteemed colleagues, it's my honor to sponsor House Bill number 6523. Apprenticeship is recognized by many countries around the world regardless of their differing realities, capacities, and levels of development for its potential in reducing skills mismatch, meeting skills demand in rapidly changing labor markets, providing cost-effective training, promoting private sector development, and smoothing transitions to the world of work. The growing interest in apprenticeship systems also emerged from the context that its implementation gives a significant advantage of increasing the employability of our youth. The basic objective of the bill is to reform the National Apprentice Program by providing the youth with skills and access to employment, and provide enterprises with a mechanism to ensure a continuous supply of skilled workers. The proposed measure incorporates the involvement of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, or TESDA, as the primary technical vocational education and training authority. In addition, it sets the duration of training according to the complexity of the skills learned and provides for the issuance of training completion certificates to formalize the program. Moreover, this proposal expands the protection of apprentices through the provision of a training allowance and disability and/or accident insurance. This bill builds up upon the provisions and objectives of the House number 275, 1259, and 2045 filed during the 18th Congress by Representatives Michael Edgar Aglipay, Luis Raymond Villafuerte, and Alfred Vargas, respectively. In view of the foregoing, the passage of this important measure is earnestly sought. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 6523.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Bill number 6473, contained under Committee Report number 195, and further move that the Secretary General read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the said measure.
House Bill 6473, an act establishing the Philippine Entrepreneurs Academy and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now open. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the Lone District of Baguio City, the Honorable Representative Mark Go, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Representative Mark Go is hereby recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Majority Leader. My dear colleagues, it's my honor to sponsor House Bill 6473 under Committee Report 195, an act establishing the Philippines Entrepreneurs Academy and appropriating funds therefore. Madam Speaker, this bill has been approved by the House last Congress on third and final reading and is in fact reached second reading at the Senate However, due to lack of material time, this was not enacted into law. According to DTI's data, 99.5% of establishments in the country are MSMEs. Micro enterprises constitute 89% of the establishments. 10% are small and 0.5 are medium. However, Philippine MSMEs continue to lag behind our ASEAN neighbors in terms of employment generation. The MSME sector accounts only 62.8% of jobs in the country. In comparison, 92% of jobs are in Indonesia are MSMEs, 80.4% in Thailand, 70% in Malaysia. In addition, despite the number of MSMEs operating in our country, the sector's contribution to our national GDP remains at only 36%. It was identified in a study by PIDS that three major challenges confront MSMEs in the country: low rate of business entry, low productivity, and failure of most MSMEs to grow. The development of the country's MSME sector is crucial in both job creation and improving national productivity. When the world turned turtle with the entry of COVID-19, we have witnessed how many Filipinos even turn to entrepreneurship to support their household expenditures. Likewise, a recent study by UNDP further shows that MSME sector is key in achieving inclusive recovery post-COVID-19. Essentially, the proposed Philippine Entrepreneurs Academy shall offer degree and short-term courses on entrepreneurship and formalize and integrate under a school system the non-formal entrepreneurship programs and short courses offered by TESDA, DTI, DOST, and other government agencies. We seek to improve the competencies of prospective students in trade and management, business and entrepreneurship, and encourage practical innovation through scientific and policy-oriented education. It should also be noted that the Academy will not only cater to the youth sector and small business owners, but even to employees, managers, and even executives in large enterprises who wish to keep up with up-to-date skills, knowledge, and techniques relevant in the fourth industrial revolution. In this fast-paced globalized economy, where technology regularly disrupts the market, it is imperative for small businesses and large companies alike to develop foresight and be abreast with the contemporary developments in the business world, not merely as a matter of competition, but as a matter of survival. Madam Speaker, this measure seeks to cultivate a strong culture of entrepreneurship among the youth and to facilitate the growth of MSMEs and larger investments as driver towards our twin goals of national productivity and job creation. In view of the foregoing, the approval of this measure is earnestly sought. Again, thank you very much, Madam Speaker and my dear colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no interpellators, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now closed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is now open. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee amendments and individual amendments, I move that we terminate and close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve House Bill number 6473 on second reading.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 6473 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 6473 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Bill number 6483, contained under Committee Report number 199, and request that the Secretary General read the title of the bill.
is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the said measure.
House Bill 6483, an act allowing college students with unpaid tuition and other school fees to take the periodic and final examinations on good cause and justifiable grounds.
Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now open. Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, once again, may I respectfully recognize the sponsor of House Bill number 6483, the Honorable Distinguished Gentleman from the Lone District of Baguio City, Congressman Mark Go.
the Honorable Representative Mark Go is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Mr. Majority Leader. My dear colleagues, it's also my pride and honor that I stand before you this afternoon to sponsor House Bill 6483 under Committee Report 199, which is an act allowing students with unpaid tuition and other school fees to take the periodic and final examinations on good cause and justifiable grounds. This is in substitution of House Bill 1160, introduced by our very own Kabataan Party List, Representative Raul Daniel Manuel. Madam Speaker, Article 2, Section 13 of the 1987 Constitution emphasizes that it is the policy of the state to recognize the vital role of the youth in nation building and shall promote and protect their physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being. Madam Speaker, in cognizance of the Students' Welfare Congress has enacted into law several measures that would democratize higher education and broaden access to quality tertiary education. However, Madam Speaker, not all college students enrolled in higher education institutions get free education through scholarships and other financial assistance programs. Many of them, in the hope of getting the best education possible despite their economic status, have chosen to enroll in other private educational institutions that charge tuition and other school fees, but produce, of course, excellent students and graduates. Some parents would rather allocate a big chunk of their salaries to the education of their sons and daughters, or even resort to loans just to ensure that they go to colleges and universities that deliver a very high quality of education. The financial situation of some families, however, is not always stable, and there are times that they struggle to make both ends meet, and this times affects the financial obligation to the schools. This bill, Madam Speaker, addresses the problem of parents and students who suddenly find themselves unable to pay the tuition and other school fees on their due dates, and the students are not allowed by some schools to take the periodic or final examinations unless they settle their unpaid obligations. This proposed measure, Madam Chair or Madam Speaker, allows college students enrolled in HCIs to take the periodic and final examinations notwithstanding their unpaid obligations. It also mandates that all HCIs to adopt appropriate measures and policies to accommodate and allow students to have unsettled financial obligations due to emergencies, force majeure, and good cause, and other justifiable reasons to take the scheduled periodic examinations, provided that the student executes a promissory note for the schedule of settlement of the outstanding financial obligation prior to taking the final examination, and that any deferment of payment or unpaid balances shall not go beyond the semester except when allowed by the HCIs. Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation, which had remained pending at the committee level for the past Congresses, since the 11th Congress to be exact, will hopefully finally see the light of day. I believe, Madam Speaker, that this is a win-win solution, for it recognizes and protects the rights and welfare of both the students and the HCIs, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic, when we all know that many students had to drop out of school for lack of financial resources to continue their studies, and many schools were forced to close down due to financial losses. In view of the foregoing, Madam Speaker, I humbly ask this body to approve this particular measure. Again, thank you very much and good afternoon.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no members who wish to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now closed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is now open. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee amendments or individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is now closed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we proceed with the voting on second reading, the approval of House Bill number 6483.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 6483 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 6483 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I move for a few minutes suspension.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for today, I move that we consider House Bill number 6527 under Committee Report 212 as submitted by the committee.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the said measure.
House Bill 6527, an act providing for the enabling environment to foster the growth of public-private partnerships for infrastructure and other development projects.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship is now open. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize our esteemed colleague, Representative Joey Salceda, for his sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Representative Joey Salceda is now recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before elaborating on the merits of this measure, allow me to emphasize that this Congress has been working on this effort since the 17th Congress. This is the first time we are sponsoring this on the floor, thanks in large part to the fact that this is the first time the law made it into the SONA. PPPs matter now more than ever. Our national government debt stands at 62.1% of GDP, and it's expected to to remain elevated to around 52% at the end of the term of President Bongbong Marcos. The implementation of the Mandanas-Garcia ruling has also reduced the national government's fiscal space. Borrowing costs are also expected to remain elevated as central banks continue to fight global inflation. Limited fiscal room forces us to be more creative in looking for funding sources for the country's infrastructure investment gap. According to the G20 Global Infrastructure Outlook, the Philippines needs $559 billion in investments in key infrastructure until 2040 to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. Optimistic trends brings us to US dollar $429 billion, with an investment gap of $131 billion. Even considering national government investments in infrastructure, in other words, we need to search for funding for the amount for around 7.3 trillion in infrastructure projects in order to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. The national government cannot realistically raise 1.1 trillion in taxes every year to meet this gap. As Ways and Means Chair, we can tell you that we cannot raise this much. However, the government can leverage the resources of the private sector to ensure that these projects are undertaken in some form and under some arrangement. In 2021 alone, the capital expenditure budget of the largest conglomerate in this country was $585 billion. Some 27.2 trillion in resources is available for accessing the country's financial system. The private sector, in other words, can easily bridge the gap. Thus, a strong framework for public-private partnership is critical. This bill proposes to create a national framework where public-private partnerships can be pursued to bridge the public and private interest and to allow public and private resources to supplement each other. The main features of this bill are as follows. 1, the institutionalization of a PPP project pipeline. 2, clarity in the proper approving body for each PPP project. 3, risk allocation in contract formulation. 4, clarity in rules on solicited and unsolicited proposals, including a proper definition of such proposal. 5, parameters and guidelines in negotiated procurement of PPP projects. 6, clearer and stronger safeguards in case of unsolicited projects. 7, stronger competition rules for procurement of PPP projects. 8, clearer rules on joint ventures. 9, stronger redress and risk management mechanisms to ensure that fair allocation and proper management of risks. This will protect the state from undue contingent liabilities. 10, fairer regulation of tariffs and rates. 11, institutionalization of PPP governance mechanism, including A, institutionalization of the PPP Center. B, institutionalization of the PPP Governing Board, responsible for setting the strategic direction of PPP programs and projects, and in creating an enabling policy and institutional environment for PPP. C, institutionalization of the project development and monitoring facility. D, establishment of a PPP unit per agency. E, provisions for safekeeping and public disclosure of contracts. And lastly, a clearer definition of material adverse government action, or MAGA, which is often the most contentious or litigious aspect of PPP contracts. The PPP framework will result in a fair, transparent, and rules-based system for PPP contracts, both local and national. This will help unlock the vast resources of the private sector by reducing regulatory risks and uncertainty. Please also allow me to emphasize that this bill has already been hammered out by the relevant executive agencies and is the executive version of the presidential priority program. For these reasons, I request your full support and immediate approval of this bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we move to suspend the consideration of House Bill 6527.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The consideration of the said bill is now, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to suspend the session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended.
Thank you.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we consider on second reading House Bill 6509, contained under Committee Report 202, submitted by the Committee on Justice, Committee on National Defense and Security, and Committee on Public Order and Safety. And for that purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the said bill.
House Bill 6509, an act providing free legal assistance to any officer or uniformed personnel of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Bureau of Fire Protection, the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, the Philippine Coast Guard, and the Philippine National Police, facing any charge before the prosecutor's office, court, or any competent body arising from an incident related to the performance of official duty and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now open. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Congressman Jude Asidre of Tingog Party List to sponsor the measure.
The Honorable June Isidre is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, it is my honor and privilege to sponsor House Bill 6509 as contained in Committee Report number 202, entitled An Act Providing Free Legal Assistance to Any Officer or Uniformed Personnel of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Bureau of Fire Protection, the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, the Philippine Coast Guard, and the Philippine National Police, facing any charge before the prosecutor's office, court, or any competent body arising from an incident related to the performance of official duty and appropriating funds therefore, otherwise known as the Free Legal Assistance to Military and Uniformed Personnel Act. This bill is a consolidation of House Bills number 8, 1259, 1755, 1901, 2192, 2909, 9193, 4626, 4805, 6073, 6135, and 6162, and was approved in a joint meeting by the Committee on Justice, Committee on National Defense and Security, and the Committee on Public Order and Safety. As is stated in the title of this bill, this measure seeks to grant free legal assistance for service-related cases to qualified uniformed personnel of the AFP, PNP, BJMP, BFP, and the Coast Guard in order for these personnel to perform their sworn duties without fear of unwarranted reprisals and harassment. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we cannot deny that our military and uniformed personnel, or MUPs, risk their lives and limbs every day. Our men and women in the active service willingly put themselves on the line in order to preserve our national security, public order, and public safety. Unfortunately, they are also exposed to the risks of a different kind of battle for which they are not fully trained or equipped to face, the legal battleground in the courts and quasi-judicial bodies. Our military and uniformed personnel routinely face trumped-up cases intended to undermine their authority and demoralize them in the performance of their sworn duties. It is therefore high time that our uniformed personnel are equipped with the tools they would need to face charges and cases that not only serve as reprisals and harassment against our men and women in uniform. Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, this bill seeks to provide our MUPs with free legal assistance by strengthening the legal offices of the respective agencies. It covers service-related incident, which is defined as any act or omission committed by MUP in good faith that is the consequence of the discharge of their official duty functions or the performance of their duties, or that is relevant to their office or to the discharge of their functions. We highlight in good faith as an essential element in determining whether an officer or uniformed personnel will qualify for free legal assistance under this act. Thus, an officer who commits an act in bad faith or with malice will not be qualified for legal assistance under this measure. However, it will still depend on the allegations raised by or against the person charged if such acts or omissions will be covered by free legal assistance as may be determined by the AFP Chief of Staff, the Chief of the BFP, BGMP, PNP, or the Commandant of the Philippine Coast Guard. In essence, this measure seeks to give our MUP the necessary legal assistance to defend them from civil, criminal, and administrative charges for acts that they have committed in good faith. This free legal assistance will also extend even after they have retired, or if they are charged when retired for service-related incidents committed while they were still in active service. Finally, this bill also allows MUP to engage the services of private counsel subject to existing COA circulars, regulations, and rules. Madam Speaker, it is common knowledge that legal battles in our country can be intentionally drawn, taking a heavy toll on the time, resources, and health of the accused or respondent in a civil, criminal, or administrative case. This bill seeks to level the playing field in order to give dedicated public servants who are at risk of harassment and warrantless lawsuits the peace of mind and knowledge that they are being represented by the best legal minds that the government can offer, for them to perform their duties in protecting our nation and our citizens without fear or favor. In this light, I earnestly seek the approval of this measure. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 6509.
There's some motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the suspension of the session.
Session suspended.
Attend ka pa doon.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of House Bill Number 1 as contained in Committee Report Number 211 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the measure.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill Number 1, an act providing for government financial institutions unified initiatives to distressed enterprises for economic recovery. Guide.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to open the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries, the Honorable Irwin Tieng, be recognized to begin the sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Irwin Cheng is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The proposed legislative measure seeks to strengthen the capacity of the following government financial institutions, namely the Land Bank of the Philippines and the Development Bank, in order to provide the needed assistance to micro, small, and medium enterprises and other strategically important companies. Based on the latest available data published by the Philippine Statistics Authority, a total of 1,003,111 business enterprises were recorded as operating in the Philippines in 2018. It is worth noting that 998,342, which accounts for 99.52% of these recorded businesses, are MSMEs. Micro-enterprises constitute 88.45%, with 887,272 of the total MSME establishments, followed by small enterprises at 10.58%, with 106,175 establishments, and medium enterprises at 0.49%, with 4,895 establishments. The top 5 industry sectors, according to the number of MSMEs in 2018, were 1. Wholesale and retail trade, repair of motor vehicles and motorcycles, 461,765. Number 2, accommodation and food service activities, 144,535. 3, manufacturing, 116,335. Number 4, other activities, which constitutes around 66,162. And 5, financial insurance activities, 46,033. These industries accounted for about 83.62% of the total number of MSME establishments. Together, these MSMEs generated a total of 5.7 million jobs, or 63.19% of the country's total employment. With the imposition of enhanced community quarantine in Luzon and in several provinces, cities, municipalities in Visayas and Mindanao, only private establishments providing basic necessities and essential services were allowed to remain open. Based on the foregoing, it is apparent that MSMEs are heavily impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Accordingly, there is indeed a compelling need to provide for measures to support economic recovery and maintain employment levels. Despite the adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, to this end, the government financial institutions are mandated to expand their credit programs in order to assist affected MSMEs to meet their liquidity needs. In particular, Land Bank of the Philippines and Development Bank of the Philippines are mandated to expand their credit and rediscounting facilities to affected MSMEs in agriculture, infrastructure, manufacturing, and service industries, and PGC to expand its credit guarantee facilities. In addition, the proposed bill authorizes LBP and DBP to create a special holding company which aims to further reinvigorate these strategically important companies heavily affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Equity participation in this special holding company may be held by qualified private sector investors. However, to ensure that the policies and objectives under the proposed bill are effectively carried out, Land Bank of the Philippines and Development Bank of the Philippines are mandated to maintain at least a majority ownership over the special holding company until such time that they have recovered their investment. For the purpose of effectively implementing the foregoing objectives, legislative measure provides the appropriation of 10 billion pesos to increase the capitalization of the Land Bank of the Philippines and DBP. Of said sum, 7,500,000,000 shall be infused as additional capital to the Land Bank of the Philippines, and 2,500,000,000 shall be infused as additional capital to the Development Bank of the Philippines. This bill has been filed in previous Congress and has been reported out by the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries and approved on third reading in the plenary. It was transmitted to the Senate and was pending deliberation in the committee, but was not yet approved due to lack of material time. Considering the state of the economy and the urgent need to provide assistance to MSMEs and other strategically important companies, the approval of this measure is earnestly sought. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good evening.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 1.
There's a motion to suspend House Bill 1. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we include additional co-authors to House Bill number 1, 4, 24, 1270, 3917, 4337, 5287, 5610, 5702, 6468, 6473, 6483, 6492, 6509, 6510, 6511, 6517, 6518, 6522, 6523, and 6527 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules.
There's a motion to include additional co-authors to the aforementioned bills. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend session.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we adjourn session until December 7, 2022 at 2 p.m.
Session adjourned until December 7, 2022 at 2 p.m.
Recording stopped.
Di atur kupis